Welcome to Japanese Sleep Whispers, your sanctuary for peaceful nights and gentle dreams. Here, you will find calming bedtime stories inspired by the timeless beauty and traditions of Japan. Each story is read slowly in a soothing voice, accompanied by natural sounds such as flowing rivers and the tranquil rhythm of shishi-odoshi. Whether you seek relaxation, relief from stress, or help falling asleep, these tales invite you to drift away into a world of serenity. Imagine quiet temples, moonlit gardens, and the whispering bamboo forests as you listen. If you'd like these soothing stories to be part of your nightly routine, consider subscribing so they're always with you when you need them. Subscribe and let these stories be your nightly ritual of calm and rest. Thank you for being here. May you always find peace in every moment. Cherry blossoms falling in the night. Prologue: the whisper beneath the petals. In the heart of old Edo, where the lanterns floated like small moons upon the darkened river, the night was soft as silk. A slow wind passed through the cherry trees, carrying the perfume of unseen blossoms. Their petals, pale and trembling, drifted downward through the hush, turning the world into a snow of light. Somewhere beyond the sighing branches, a bamboo flute played not by human hands, but by the breath of the wind itself. The city had grown quiet, merchants had shuttered their stalls, and the laughter of the day had thinned into silence. Only the distant echo of geta upon stone remained, fading into the rhythm of the night. And beneath the oldest cherry tree by the Sumida River, a lone poet stood. He was not young, but not yet old, with hair that the moonlight touched like frost. He carried a small writing brush and a folded paper fan, worn from years of travel. The ink upon his fingers told of countless poems that had never found an ending. He looked upward, toward the dark sky framed by blossoms. The petals seemed to breathe, rising, falling as though the tree itself was alive, dreaming. The poet closed his eyes and whispered, almost afraid to disturb the stillness. Spring again, and yet, it feels as if I have been waiting for this night all my life. The wind answered him in a murmur. Somewhere, faintly, he thought he heard a woman's voice. It was not clear, nor near, but it seemed to bloom inside his chest, like a forgotten memory awakening. Will you walk beneath the blossoms, traveler? The night is long, and dreams are waiting. He turned, but no one stood there. Only petals. They drifted across the ground like lost fragments of moonlight. Each one landed soundlessly, as though afraid to wake the earth. The poet smiled faintly. Perhaps the voice had been his imagination. Perhaps it was the city dreaming, or the spirits of the river whispering to those who still listened. He took a step forward, his sandals brushing against the fallen petals. The river moved slowly beside him. Lanterns floated down its surface, small, trembling orbs of gold. Each one carried a name, a prayer, or a secret written upon a square of paper. The current bore them gently toward the unseen sea. The poet watched them drift and wondered how many dreams had been set afloat here. How many had reached the ocean, and how many had sunk quietly into the dark. He thought of the seasons, how they passed without asking, how cherry blossoms bloomed and vanished before one could remember their scent. And yet, each spring, the city gathered beneath these trees again, as if trying to capture eternity in a single night. He stepped closer to the water's edge. The reflection of the blossoms shimmered like a mirror of ghosts. For a moment, he felt the world tilt as though the sky had fallen into the river and the river had become the sky. He saw himself reflected there, small beneath an endless heaven of petals. Then he heard it again, the voice. Clearer this time, and nearer. It seemed to come from beneath the water, or perhaps from within the blossoms themselves. Do you still seek the poem you never finished? His breath caught. He whispered, almost to himself. Who speaks to me? The petals stirred, swirling around him. The lantern light flickered, and the air grew cool. When he blinked, the river was gone. He stood instead upon a narrow path lined with trees in full bloom. The city of Edo had vanished, no sound of wheels, no scent of smoke, no footsteps. Only moonlight and the endless whisper of falling petals. The poet knew he had crossed some unseen threshold, a border between waking and dream. But he felt no fear. There was peace here, a stillness that pressed gently against his heart. He began to walk. Each step seemed to echo softly, though the ground was carpeted in white. The trees arched above him, their branches heavy with blossoms that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Every petal that fell brushed his sleeve like a sigh. He thought of the tales told by old travelers of spirits that lived among the cherry trees, of maidens who danced for a single night and vanished at dawn, of poets who fell asleep beneath the blossoms and woke 100 years later. Perhaps he was in one of those tales now. Perhaps this was the dream the blossoms showed to those who lingered too long. The air shimmered faintly ahead. A figure appeared distant, delicate, standing beneath a tree that seemed older than time. She wore a white kimono that moved as though woven from light itself. Her hair was long, black as ink, her face calm and unreadable. Petals gathered at her feet, as if drawn to her presence. The poet's voice trembled when he spoke. "Are you a dream?" The woman smiled a smile that was neither joy nor sorrow, but something between. When she answered, her voice was the sound of rain falling upon stone, soft and ancient. "I am what you remember when you forget your waking name. I am the sigh between two blossoms. I am the night that carries spring upon her breath." He bowed instinctively, though he did not know why. The woman reached out a hand. Her sleeve shimmered like mist. "Follow the petals," she said. "They know the way better than you." Before he could reply, the wind rose again. The petals lifted into the air, swirling in a slow, silent storm. The world brightened, not with light, but with the glow of memory faces, laughter. Temple bells, river songs all drifting past him like fragments of an unwritten poem. He felt his body grow light, his thoughts dissolving. The woman's voice echoed once more, fading into the distance. "Every blossom that falls remembers the dream it once held. Tonight, you will walk among them." The poet closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was standing upon a bridge he had never seen before. The river below shone like molten glass, and the lanterns floated toward a horizon that seemed endless. The cherry trees bent above, their branches whispering secrets to the stars. He breathed deeply the scent of night, of spring, of the impossible. Somewhere, he thought he heard the first bell of dawn. But the sky remained dark, and the petals continued to fall. He took one more step forward, into the dream that awaited him. And Edo, sleeping beyond the veil of time, sighed as its blossoms drifted through the night, each petal a whisper, each whisper a world. Chapter 1: The Lantern River. The path of petals led him to the river once more, though it was not the Sumida he had known. This river was quieter, slower, as if time itself had forgotten to flow. The moon hung low, mirrored in the still surface, and the air carried the scent of rain that had never fallen. Lanterns drifted upon the water, countless and weightless, their paper walls trembling with faint light. They did not flicker like flames but glowed from within, each one a small soul floating toward some invisible horizon. The poet watched them, his reflection merging with theirs, and felt an ache that was not sorrow but remembrance. He knelt at the water's edge. The current whispered in a tongue older than words, the language of things that remember silence. He touched the river's surface, and ripples spread like soft laughter. Within the ripples, he saw scenes of a world half real, half dream, a woman hanging silk in morning sun. A child chasing dragonflies, a samurai watching snow fall upon his blade. Each image dissolved before he could name it, leaving only light. The poet murmured, "Is this the memory of Edo? Or the dream of its ghosts?" The river did not answer, but one lantern drifted close. Upon its side was written a single line of calligraphy, faded, trembling, yet alive. "Every light is a wish that could not sleep." The poet smiled, tracing the air above the characters. "Then tonight," he whispered, "I, too, am a lantern." He rose and began to walk along the riverbank. With each step, the world shifted subtly, trees moving without wind, bridges bending into mist, the moon shimmering as though it were breathing. The night no longer obeyed the rules of Earth. It obeyed the rhythm of dreaming. Far down the waterway, he noticed figures on the opposite shore. They carried baskets of blossoms and small instruments that glowed faintly like fireflies. Their faces were serene, their gestures graceful. They placed each lantern upon the surface with such care that even the river seemed to bow beneath their touch. He thought of the festivals he had known, the soft laughter, the calls of vendors, the scent of sweet rice and grilled fish. But here there was no noise, no crowd, no world. Only the ritual of release. Each figure set a lantern free, and the light joined the drifting current, merging with hundreds more until the river became a glowing ribbon winding through the dark. A hush settled upon everything. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. The poet stopped and gazed into the water again. This time, when he looked down, he saw himself as a child sitting beside his mother beneath the same cherry trees, years ago. She was folding paper, her hands gentle and precise. He remembered her voice as she told him, "Every spring, the river carries our wishes to the sea. But some, the kind the sea cannot keep, return as blossoms." The vision faded, leaving behind a warmth that shimmered in his chest. He understood then that these lanterns were not simply lights, they were echoes of all the unspoken things the heart releases into the night. He continued walking, letting the rhythm of his footsteps merge with the sound of water. A bridge appeared ahead, slender, arched, built of old wood that gleamed like polished bone. Lanterns passed beneath it, and the reflection of the bridge formed a perfect circle of gold upon the surface. It looked like a portal to another world. Without hesitation, the poet stepped onto it. The wood creaked softly beneath his feet. Petals gathered along the handrails, glowing faintly as if illuminated from within. When he reached the center, he paused and looked down. The water below seemed endless, not depth, but a dream. It pulled gently at his gaze, as though inviting him to remember something just beyond memory. Then, from the darkness beneath the bridge, a sound rose. At first, it was faint, a hum, a vibration like the plucked string of a shamisen. Then it grew clearer, a melody of delicate notes woven with the murmur of the current. It was the same tune he had heard in Edo's streets before the dream began, the song played by the wind through bamboo. But now it had words, soft as the breath of blossoms. Lantern, lantern, drift and be free. Carry the sorrow that sleeps in the sea. When petals return to the branch in bloom, light shall awaken from endless gloom. The poet listened, his heart swaying like a leaf upon water. The voice singing was familiar, a woman's, calm and distant, as if she stood both beside him and far away. He whispered into the night, "Are you the one who called me?" For a moment, no answer came. Then, across the river, the mist parted. There she was, the woman in the white kimono. She stood at the shore opposite him, her bare feet just touching the water's edge. The lanterns floated around her, bowing slightly as they passed. Her face was turned toward him, expression unreadable, but her eyes reflected both moon and river. When she spoke, her voice was carried by the wind and reached him as though whispered inside his ear. "Do you see now, traveler? The river remembers what people forget. Every wish that drifts upon it becomes a dream waiting to return." The poet's throat tightened. "Then these lights are dreams?" "Yes," she said, "and some of them are yours." The air shimmered. From the river, one lantern rose slowly, as if lifted by unseen hands. It floated toward the bridge, glowing brighter with each inch. When it reached him, it stopped at eye level. He saw the writing upon its paper walls, a poem he had written long ago, in a time he thought forgotten. It read, "Between blossom and fall, I search for my name." He touched the lantern gently. Its light entered his fingertips, warm and soft. The world blurred. For an instant, he saw himself standing in countless nights, across countless springs, always beneath cherry trees, always watching petals fall, always searching for something he could not name. Then the vision faded, and he was back on the bridge. The lantern continued drifting upward, joining the stars. He felt no sorrow, only calm, as though something that had long slept inside him had finally stirred. The woman in white lowered her gaze. "You walk the river of remembrance," she said. "But the current will not wait. When dawn finds you, the dream will end. Follow the lights before they fade." Before he could speak, her form dissolved into mist. The last of the lanterns began to drift faster, carried by a current that had not existed a moment before. The poet followed, crossing the bridge and stepping down onto the opposite shore. The world shimmered again. The river widened, the banks vanished. and he found himself walking upon water that reflected the stars above. Each step created ripples that turned into petals. Each breath drew the night deeper into his lungs. He whispered to himself, "If this is a dream, let it never wake." The lanterns began to rise, one by one, until the sky itself became a river of floating lights. The poet watched them ascend, his eyes filled with quiet wonder. And somewhere, far beyond the edge of the visible world, the voice of the woman echoed once more. The dream flows forward. Walk gently, for the next shore waits in silence. The poet bowed to the river, to the lights, to the unseen woman. Then he walked onward, following the faint shimmer that marked the path ahead. And as the lanterns faded into the stars, the night deepened soft, endless, and full of whispers. Chapter 2: The Woman in the White Kimono. The night deepened like ink poured slowly into still water. The poet walked, guided only by the faint glow of petals drifting before him. Each one seemed to breathe with its own rhythm, pulsing softly in the darkness. The air was cool, and yet it carried the warmth of spring. He did not know how long he had walked. Time in this place was not measured by hours but by the fall of blossoms. When he finally stopped, he found himself before a small clearing, a space where the trees bowed inward, forming a circle of silver light. And there, standing at its center, was the woman. She was as he had seen her before, dressed in a white kimono that shimmered faintly, as if woven from moonlight itself. Her hair flowed down her back, black as the ink he used to write, and her eyes reflected both the sky and the river that no longer existed. She turned toward him slowly, as though she had been waiting for him through many nights. "Traveler," she said, her voice soft, carrying the hush of falling petals, "you followed the river." He bowed his head. "Yes, though I do not know where it led me." "Then it led you well," she replied. "For all rivers flow toward remembrance." Her gaze moved past him, to the dark forest beyond. Between the trunks, faint lights flickered, not fireflies, but fragments of old lanterns, floating aimlessly through the air. They drifted upward, their paper torn, their ink fading. The poet realized they were the remnants of forgotten wishes. He looked back at her. "Who are you?" She smiled gently, almost sadly. "I am what the blossoms remember when they fall." Her answer was both clear and mysterious, and yet it felt true. The poet stepped closer. Around her feet, the petals were unmoving, as if time itself had stopped to listen. "When I saw you across the river," he said, "I thought you were a dream." "And now?" "Now I think perhaps the dream is real, and the world I left behind was the dream." At that, she laughed softly. The sound was like water breaking over stones. "Perhaps there is no difference," she said. "The world of petals and the world of man are both built from things that vanish." The poet's eyes fell to the ground. He remembered the streets of Edo, the laughter, the scent of sake, the warmth of lantern light against paper walls. How easily they had faded, like the breath of a single night. He whispered, "Do you know me?" She tilted her head, studying him as though searching for something beneath his skin. At last she said, "I know the sound of your heart. It once sang beneath these branches." He looked up sharply. "Then we have met?" "Many times," she said. "Each spring, when the blossoms fall." She stepped closer, and the petals stirred at her feet. Her presence carried no sound, no shadow. The poet felt a strange calm, a stillness that filled the air between them. He thought she might disappear if he blinked. "Tell me," he said quietly, "if we meet each spring, why'd I not remember you?" Her eyes softened, and for the first time, he saw sorrow within them. "Because memory is like a petal upon the wind," she said. "It can only rest for a moment before it drifts away. Each time you wake, you forget the dream. But the dream remembers you." The poet felt his chest tighten. He reached for his sleeve, drawing out a small piece of parchment blank, save for one faint brushstroke. He had always kept it close, never knowing why. "Is this part of that memory?" he asked. She looked at the parchment and smiled. "Yes," she whispered. "That was once a poem you wrote for the blossoms. A promise made beneath the moon. Would you like to remember the rest?" He hesitated. "If I do, will I wake?" Her answer came like a sigh through the branches. "Perhaps. Or perhaps you will sleep more deeply than ever before." She reached out a hand. The poet hesitated, then took it. Her touch was cool, but alive like water flowing over smooth stone. The world around them dimmed. The trees blurred, and the silver light turned to a gentle pulse. Images began to unfold in his mind, a younger version of himself beneath the same cherry trees, brush in hand, writing by lantern glow. The woman sitting beside him, smiling as petals fell into her hair. He had promised her something, a poem, a vow to remember her every spring. But dawn had come too soon, and with the morning, she had faded into mist. The vision dissolved, and he was once again standing in the clearing. The woman watched him quietly. "I wrote a poem for you," he said softly. "But I never finished it." "Then finish it now," she replied. He looked around. The petals were falling more slowly now, each one glowing faintly before it touched the ground. He knelt and brushed his finger across the earth, tracing words into the soft soil. Between blossom and fall, I found you again. In silence, I remembered your name. Though dawn may steal the dream from me, I will return, wherever petals fall. When he finished, he felt something shift not in the air, but within himself. The woman knelt beside him, reading the invisible poem as though it were written in light. "You remember," she whispered. He nodded. "Only this moment. But it is enough." For a long time, neither of them spoke. The world seemed to breathe around them, petals rising and falling, light deepening and fading like a tide. Finally, she stood. "The path will lead you farther," she said. "Beyond this dream are other nights, other rivers. Follow them, and perhaps, when you reach the end, you will understand why you came." "And you?" he asked. "Will I see you again?" She smiled faintly. "You will see me wherever a blossom falls, and in every silence between your thoughts." Her form began to fade, turning to mist that shimmered in the moonlight. As she vanished, a single petal drifted toward him and landed upon his hand. It glowed softly, pulsing once, twice, then sank into his skin. The poet felt warmth spread through him, a memory, a promise, and something that might have been love. When he looked around, the clearing was empty. Only the whisper of petals remained. He turned back toward the path. The wind carried the scent of distant rain, and somewhere, faintly, a temple bell began to ring. He bowed once, deeply, to the space where she had stood. "Until the next spring," he murmured. Then he began to walk again, his footsteps soundless upon the dreaming earth. Above him, the blossoms swayed in silence, as if nodding their farewell. And somewhere far beyond the forest, the river of lanterns still drifted slow, endless, and full of light. Chapter 3: The Bridge of Breathing Shadows. The path narrowed until it became a thread of light stretching across the dark. The poet followed it in silence, guided only by the faint sound of his own breath. The world around him seemed to fade, the trees dissolved into mist. The scent of cherry blossoms thinned into the air. And then, through the soft darkness, he saw it, a bridge. It rose gently from the ground like something grown, not built, formed of ancient wood and moonlight, its surface glimmering faintly with each sigh of wind. The air beneath it shimmered like deep water, though no river flowed below. Instead, there was only shadow, vast and alive, breathing slowly as if it were the chest of the world itself. The poet stood at the edge and felt a pulse beneath his feet. The bridge was alive. Each plank moved with his heartbeat, inhaling and exhaling. The sound was not frightening, only solemn, like the breath of a great sleeping creature that dreamed of the world above it. He whispered to the emptiness. "What place is this?" And from the shadow below, a voice answered a chorus, soft and many. "It is the bridge between what was and what remains." The poet looked down. The shadows beneath the bridge shifted and rose, forming shapes that shimmered like smoke. Faces emerged faint, incomplete merchants, dancers, monks, children, samurai. Their outlines flickered like candlelight, and their eyes were pools of quiet memory. They did not frighten him. Instead, he felt the strange tenderness of recognition. "Are you the ghosts of Edo?" he asked. "We are the breaths left behind," they whispered. "When a word is spoken, when a laugh fades, when a heart stops, the sound does not vanish. It lingers here, on the underside of dreams." The poet bowed his head. "Then I walk upon your voices. And we carry you," the shadows replied. "Every traveler who dreams of the past must cross us. We remember so that you may forget." A slow wind moved through the bridge, stirring the shadows like the tide. The poet began to walk, step by step. The planks beneath his feet sighed softly, each one releasing a faint memory into the air: a child's laughter, the ring of a temple bell, the murmur of rain upon paper roofs. He walked through them all, surrounded by fragments of the city that had once been alive. As he reached the center, the air grew heavy with the scent of ink and burning incense. The shadows gathered more closely now, their forms clearer. Among them, he thought he saw familiar faces, perhaps friends long gone, or strangers who had shared his path in another life. One figure stepped forward, an old man in a faded robe, holding a lantern that gave no light. "Poet," the man said, his voice like distant thunder, "why do you seek what cannot remain?" The poet hesitated. "I do not seek. I follow. The night itself calls me onward. And when it ends, then I will wake, or vanish, or become a blossom myself." The old man smiled faintly, though his face flickered like a reflection upon rippling water. "Then walk with open eyes. For the bridge remembers everything you try to leave behind." The lantern in his hand shimmered briefly, and the man's figure dissolved back into shadow. The poet continued forward. Each step now echoed not in sound but in memory. He heard his own voice from another time reciting verses by candlelight, laughing beneath the cherry trees, whispering promises that had never reached dawn. He realized then that the bridge did not simply carry him, it reflected him. His breath mingled with the breathing of the shadows until he could no longer tell which was his own. The further he walked, the lighter he became, not in body, but in weight of thought. He felt himself thinning, like mist dissolving in sunlight. Perhaps this was what it meant to remember too deeply to be drawn back into the dream that gave birth to you. When he finally reached the far side, the bridge sighed one last time. A single plank beneath his feet pulsed softly, like a heartbeat. Then the sound faded, and the shadows grew still. He turned and looked back. The bridge now shimmered faintly behind him, suspended in nothing. It seemed smaller, quieter, as if already fading into the folds of night. He bowed to it, whispering, "To those who breathe in silence I thank you." The shadows stirred once more, and a voice, perhaps many voices, replied, "Go gently, dreamer. The night still has many paths." Then all was quiet. The poet stepped forward, leaving the bridge behind. The air grew warmer, touched by the scent of rain on stone. Ahead, faint lights flickered again, the glow of a distant garden, untouched by time. He felt the pull of that glow and followed, his steps soundless upon the earth that was not earth. Above him, the sky had changed. The moon was lower now, pale and trembling, as if tired from watching too many dreams. Petals drifted through the air, but when he caught one upon his palm, it dissolved into dust, not of flowers, but of memories. He walked on, deeper into the luminous dark, until the last whisper of the bridge faded from his ears, and only the pulse of his heart remained steady, like a lantern carried through endless night. Chapter 4: A Garden Where Time Sleeps. The world after the bridge unfolded like a dream remembering itself. A faint mist rose from the ground, glowing softly as though lit from within. The poet walked without hurry, following the scent of wet moss and fallen petals. There was no wind now, no sound of water, only the quiet rhythm of his breath. After a time, though time had little meaning here, the path opened into a garden. It was not a large one, nor grand. A circle of stones lay in the center, surrounded by low trees whose blossoms trembled in a light that had no source. A small pond reflected the moon, though the moon itself could not be seen. Everything was still. Even the petals that drifted through the air seemed suspended between falling and flight. The poet stood at the threshold, hesitant to enter, as if a single footstep might wake the world from its slumber. He whispered, "Is this where the dream ends?" A voice not from any direction, but from within the silence answered softly, "This is where dreams rest before they bloom again." He took a step forward. The grass beneath his sandals was cool and dry. As he moved, the light around him deepened, turning from silver to pale gold. The air felt thick, not heavy but dense, filled with something that watched gently and remembered everything. He came to the edge of the pond and knelt. The surface was so clear it seemed not to exist. The reflection of the blossoms above looked more real than the trees themselves. He reached down and touched the water. It did not ripple. Instead, it hummed faintly, as though alive. Then, like breath upon a mirror, images appeared: a boy running along Edo's narrow streets, a woman arranging flowers by candlelight, rain falling on wooden rooftops, laughter under a paper umbrella. Moments without order or meaning, yet bound by a single thread of tenderness. He realized they were not his memories alone. They belonged to the city, to every soul that had ever lived and loved beneath its sky. A garden of time, he murmured, where even moments learn to sleep. He sat beside the pond. The stillness folded around him, soft as cloth. Somewhere far off, a single bell sounded once, and the echo rippled through the air like light across water. Then, from behind him, a voice he knew. Traveler. He turned. The woman in the white kimono stood among the trees. Her presence seemed softer now, her outline blurred like ink dissolved in rain. She moved toward him without disturbing the grass, her bare feet silent. "You have come far," she said. "Do you know why you are here?" He shook his head. "Only that I could not stop walking." She smiled faintly. "Few can. The dream draws those who still listen to the sigh of the blossoms." She joined him beside the pond and looked into its surface. Their reflections appeared together, though hers shimmered faintly, like a memory of light. "What is this place?" he asked. "A place between breaths," she said. "Here, time forgets itself. The petals that fall never touch the ground. The dawn never finds the night. It is where the world pauses to remember what it once was." The poet gazed into the pond again. This time, he saw not faces, but words, lines of poetry drifting like fallen petals across the water. They were verses he had written long ago, lost pages carried away by wind or fire. Now they returned, floating silently, glowing faintly with the light of memory. "Do you see?" the woman said. "Nothing ever truly leaves. It only sleeps." Her words moved through him like a tide. He felt the boundaries of his thoughts loosen, the edges of his being soften. Each breath drew the scent of blossoms deeper into him, until he could no longer tell whether he inhaled air or light. "If time sleeps here," he asked, "will it wake?" "It will," she said. "But only when the world is ready to dream again." He watched her as she spoke. Her face was serene, her gaze endless. He realized then that she was not bound by the seasons, that she existed wherever a blossom trembled between birth and fall. She was the pause in every spring, the breath between memory and forgetting. "You are the keeper of this place," he said. She turned to him, and for the first time, a shadow crossed her expression. "Not a keeper," she said softly. "A dream that refuses to fade." The poet lowered his eyes. He understood. He, too, was beginning to fade, his body lighter, his heartbeat slower. Perhaps he was already more dream than man. He reached into his sleeve and drew out his brush. It was worn smooth by years of use, stained by ink and time. He dipped it into the pond. The water clung to the bristles like liquid glass. When he lifted it, the droplets shone with soft light. He began to write upon the surface of a nearby stone. The letters glowed briefly, then sank into the stone's grain like seeds. When he finished, he looked up at the woman. "If this garden sleeps," he said, "then let it dream of words." She bowed her head in silent approval. "Every word you write here will become a blossom. And when spring returns to the waking world, they will fall as petals upon Edo." He smiled faintly. "Then the people will walk beneath poems, though they never know who wrote them." "Yes," she said. "That is how dreams live on." They sat together in silence. The pond shimmered, the blossoms glowed softly, and the air felt as though it were breathing with them. The poet's eyes grew heavy. He fought the pull of sleep, but the garden itself seemed to cradle him. He felt the brush slip from his fingers and fall soundlessly into the grass. The woman leaned closer. "Rest now," she whispered. "The journey does not end here. Even sleep is only another kind of walking." Her voice drifted through him like wind through branches. The last thing he saw before his eyes closed was a single blossom landing upon the pond, yet it did not sink. It hovered above the surface, glowing gently, as if holding its breath. The world dimmed. The garden exhaled. And time, for one perfect moment, slept. Chapter 5: The Sound of Forgotten Names. When the poet awoke, the garden had changed. The air was darker now, though the blossoms still glowed faintly as if their light came not from the moon but from memory itself. He rose slowly, feeling the softness of the ground beneath him. The woman in white was gone. Only the scent of her presence lingered, faint plum, faint rain, faint nothingness. He walked toward the pond, but the reflection was empty. The moon had vanished again, and even the water seemed tired. When he touched its surface, it no longer sang. Then, from somewhere beyond the trees, a sound stirred, a low murmur, like the beginning of rain. But there was no wind, no movement of leaves. The sound grew clearer, unfolding into words too soft to be understood. It was not one voice. It was many. Whispers drifted through the air, fragile as silk threads, names, spoken and lost in the same breath. Some were sharp and clear to May, Ichiro, Hana. Others were already fading half-syllables, echoes of syllables, the sigh of vanished lives. The poet closed his eyes. He listened. The voices moved through him, neither near nor far. They came from the ground, the blossoms, the night itself. "Who calls me?" he whispered. And the wind answered, not in words but in feeling, a tremor of sorrow, an ache of remembrance. He realized then that he was standing in a field of sound. The earth beneath his feet was breathing softly, each exhale a forgotten name. He could feel them, millions of them, woven into the fabric of the world like threads of invisible silk. Each name carried a life: a mother brushing a child's hair, a man waiting beneath a red lantern, a girl watching the moon's reflection in the Sumida River. Moments that once shone, then dimmed, then fell into silence. He knelt and pressed his hand to the ground. Warmth flowed up through his palm, not of heat, but of memory. And then, faintly, a single voice separated from the rest. Poet. It was neither male nor female, young nor old, it was simply human. Poet, do you remember us? He lowered his head. I remember the sound of laughter on rainy nights, the creak of doors, the clatter of teacups. I remember the hush before dawn. But names, they have drifted away. The voice sighed. Then you are like us. He looked up. Before him stood shapes faint as mist, each holding a small paper lantern. Their faces were half-formed, like unfinished sketches. Some smiled, some wept, but all were translucent, as if made from the night itself. We are the names that were spoken once and never again, they said. We are the silence left behind when the city forgot to listen. The poet bowed deeply. Then let me listen now. At his words, the wind stirred gently. The spirits gathered closer, their lanterns glowing brighter. Each flame flickered with a sound, a lullaby, a street vendor's cry, the whisper of calligraphy brushed onto paper. The night filled with the murmur of lives unfolding again, soft as falling petals. In Edo, the poet said, every street had a voice. Every roof remembered the rain. Every blossom carried someone's sigh. You have not vanished, only changed your way of speaking. The spirits tilted their heads, as though surprised by his understanding. Then speak for us, one whispered. Let your words be the echo we cannot make. He hesitated. I am only one voice. Then be the wind, they replied. The wind has no name, yet all names pass through it. The poet's throat tightened. He felt the weight of their request, not of sorrow, but of trust. He took a deep breath, and when he exhaled, his breath mingled with theirs. The garden filled with light, not bright, but luminous, as though every forgotten name had turned to flame. He began to speak, not in poetry, not in verse, but in rhythm, a slow, steady cadence, like footsteps upon a quiet road. He spoke the names he could catch before they vanished. Aki, Ren, Kiyoshi, Chiyo, Sora, Aya. Each name echoed once, then drifted upward, dissolving into petals of sound. The blossoms above began to tremble. Their petals loosened and fell, not downward but outward, as if blown by a wind that moved through time itself. For a moment, all of Edo seemed to breathe again. The ghosts laughed softly, a laughter that carried no weight, only peace. They began to fade, their lanterns dimming one by one. The last to vanish was the voice that had first called him. "Thank you, poet. When the blossoms fall, we will whisper through them. Sleep, and you will hear us again." The air grew still. The petals settled. Only the faint ringing of invisible bells remained, the after-sound of countless names spoken once more. The poet stood alone. The silence was deeper now, but it was not empty. It felt full of stories, of breaths, of everything that had ever been said and would be said again. He looked up at the blossoms and whispered, "You are not forgotten. The wind remembers." And for the first time, he smiled, not from joy, but from gentle sorrow, the kind that warms as it fades. He turned back toward the path. Somewhere beyond the trees, he could see a faint glow, a tea house perhaps, or the memory of one. He followed the light, each step accompanied by the soft sound of unseen voices whispering his name. Chapter 6: The Tea House of Endless Spring. The path curved gently downward, carrying the poet toward a light that trembled like candlefire through mist. The air grew warmer with every step. Somewhere ahead, faint music drifted, a koto's slow strings, played as if underwater. And then, between two cherry trees that bloomed without end, he saw it. A small tea house, hidden as though the night itself protected it. Its paper walls glowed softly, and through the shoji he could see silhouettes, not of people, but of petals, swirling endlessly as if caught in a wind that never reached the world outside. He hesitated at the threshold. The door slid open on its own, and a soft voice greeted him. "Welcome, traveler of petals." Inside, the air was thick with fragrance, green tea, sweet rice, plum blossoms, and something deeper, the scent of dreams steeped too long. The woman in the white kimono stood behind a low table, her hair flowing like ink in water. She looked the same as before, yet different, her eyes reflecting a deeper stillness, her smile softer, more knowing. "You have crossed the bridge of shadows," she said. "You have heard the names the wind remembers. Now you are ready to drink what cannot be forgotten." She gestured for him to sit. The tatami beneath him felt warm, as if the house itself breathed. Outside, petals continued to fall in slow spirals, though there was no wind. She poured tea into 2 small porcelain cups. The liquid shimmered not green, but pale silver, like melted moonlight. Tiny petals floated within, dissolving as they touched the surface. "This tea," she said, "is brewed from the dreams of cherry blossoms from every spring that has ever been." He lifted the cup, inhaling its scent. It smelled of rain, ink, and something like memory, the faint ache of something once loved, now unreachable. "What happens when I drink it? You will remember everything you have forgotten," she said. "And you will forget everything you remember." He hesitated. "Is there no other way?" "There are always other ways," she said, smiling faintly. "But none lead beyond the dream." Her words carried neither warning nor promise, only calm acceptance. He looked down at the cup again. The liquid trembled slightly, catching the reflection of his face, but it was not his own reflection. He saw the faces of others, the spirits from the garden, the old man on the bridge, the city of Edo shimmering beneath falling petals. They were all within the tea, rippling, waiting. He closed his eyes and drank. The taste was indescribable, both warm and cold, sweet and bitter, like the memory of a song heard in another lifetime. It flowed through him, and with it came voices, soft, overlapping whispers. He felt himself expand and dissolve at once. Every breath became a century, every heartbeat a petal falling through endless spring. The tea house seemed to pulse with light. He opened his eyes and found that the woman now sat across from him. Her cup remained untouched. She watched him quietly, as though he were the dream now. "What do you see?" she asked. "Everything," he said softly. "And nothing. Then you are tasting eternity," she replied. The walls of the tea house shifted, the paper turning translucent, the wood glowing faintly. Outside, the garden no longer looked real, it flowed like a painted scroll unrolling across the stars. He saw rivers turning to mist, towers of Edo dissolving into morning fog, laughter becoming wind. "You are between springs," the woman said. "Here, no petal ever falls. Here, no dawn arrives. Only the heart continues to bloom." Her words echoed in him like ripples on a still pond. He looked at her and asked, "Are you the spirit of the blossoms?" She smiled, her eyes luminous. "I am what remains when the last petal falls. The space between endings and beginnings." She placed her untouched cup before him. Drink this, and you will become part of the dream. Refuse it, and you will return to the waking world, but never again will you find your way here." The poet gazed into the second cup. This time, the liquid was clear, without shimmer, without reflection. It looked empty, but when he leaned closer, he saw faint ripples forming shapes of words, then dissolving. "If I drink," he said quietly, "will I remember you?" "Only as the scent of spring," she whispered. "Only when the wind carries petals across your path." He reached for the cup, his hand trembling slightly. But before he could lift it, a sound came from outside, the cry of a night heron, sharp and lonely. It broke the stillness like a tear in silk. The woman lowered her gaze. "The world is calling you back," she said. "Even dreams must yield to dawn." He set the cup down gently. "Then let me carry this moment instead." She nodded. "Moments are stronger than eternity. Go now, before the petals remember to fall." He stood, bowing deeply. As he straightened, he found that the tea house was already fading, the paper walls turning to mist, the scent of tea drifting away like a half-remembered song. The woman smiled one last time. "When you next see the blossoms," she said, "listen. You will hear me in the silence between their falling." And then she was gone. The tea house vanished, leaving only the soft hum of the night and the faint warmth of tea upon his lips. He looked down at his hands, they shimmered faintly, as though dusted with moonlight. The garden was gone too. Only a path remained, stretching ahead, lined with trees that bloomed forever. He walked onward, his footsteps soundless, and behind him, the scent of endless spring followed like breath. Chapter 7: The Petal Boat. The path ended where the earth dissolved into water. There was no shore, only a seamless expanse of stillness that shone like liquid glass beneath the moonless sky. The air was cool, filled with a faint humming, the same sound that lingers after bells have finished ringing. The poet stood at the edge and gazed out. It was neither a lake nor a sea, but something in between, a vast reflection that mirrored nothing. The blossoms that drifted from unseen trees did not sink. They floated, forming slow circles upon the surface until they gathered together in a shape that breathed. He stepped closer. The petals began to move, weaving themselves into the outline of a small boat. Its hull shimmered with faint pink light, its oar made of a single curved branch. The poet hesitated, then whispered, "If this is a dream, then let me drift where it leads." He stepped aboard. The petals did not scatter. Instead, they held him, soft yet solid beneath his feet, as though memory itself had chosen to carry him. When he took hold of the oar, The water moved with no resistance, silent, weightless, as if the lake welcomed him. He began to glide forward. No stars hung above, yet the surface of the lake was filled with their reflection. It was as though the heavens had fallen into the water and chosen never to rise again. Each stroke of the oar sent ripples through both water and sky, blurring the line between them. After a while, he could not tell whether he floated upon the lake or drifted through the firmament. He looked down and saw his reflection, but it was not his alone. Other faces shimmered beside his, the woman in white, the shadowed figures from the bridge, the countless voices from the Garden of Time. They smiled faintly, and their images rippled away. A soft wind rose, carrying with it a voice, not a whisper this time, but a song. Low and wordless, it trembled through the air like the murmur of blossoms falling in slow motion. The poet listened. The melody seemed to come from beneath the surface, from the water's heart. He dipped his hand into the lake. The water was cool and luminous, pulsing gently as if it possessed a heartbeat. When he drew his hand back, droplets clung to his skin and glowed for a moment before fading. He felt lighter, as if part of him had dissolved into that light. Then he noticed something: the boat no longer moved by his hand. It drifted off its own accord, drawn toward a horizon that shimmered like the edge of a dream. Above it, the sky began to unfold, constellations forming and vanishing, like lanterns floating in reverse. He realized they were cherry blossoms too, vast and luminous, blooming among the stars. "So even the heavens flower," he whispered. A voice answered, soft, distant, familiar. "Everything that breathes dreams of spring." He looked around, but saw no one. Only the boat, the lake, and the unbroken quiet of infinity. The petals beneath him began to tremble, and one by one they lifted into the air, dissolving into light. The boat grew smaller, lighter. He felt no fear, only a profound stillness, like the moment between inhalation and exhalation. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the lake had vanished. He was adrift in a sea of stars. Each star pulsed gently, like a memory taking a breath. He reached out his hand, and a single star floated into his palm, but when he looked closely, he saw it was a cherry blossom. Translucent and endless, carrying within it the reflection of the entire sky. He held it to his heart. The flower's light entered him, spreading warmth through every corner of his being. He could feel the pulse of the universe, slow and patient, like the heartbeat of eternity. In that moment, he understood. The dream was not a place. It was a breath shared between the world and itself. A rhythm older than time, softer than silence. He whispered to the stars, "If I am to fade, let me fade beautifully." The blossoms above him answered by opening wider, flooding the dark with their silver glow. The petals that once carried him now became the wind, lifting him higher, weightless and unbound. He no longer needed the boat. He was the boat, the water, the blossom, the drifting night. And in the distance, or perhaps within himself, he heard her voice once more. "The river ends where the dream begins. Sail gently, poet of the petals. You are almost home." The stars pulsed once, then stilled. The light softened into a dim silver mist. The poet closed his eyes again, and this time he did not know whether he dreamed or woke, only that the world was breathing with him, slow and infinite. Chapter 8: The Temple of Silent Bells. When the drifting ceased, the poet found himself standing upon solid ground once more. The petals that had borne him vanished with a sigh, leaving only the faint shimmer of their passing in the air. He stood upon a hill veiled in mist. Below him stretched the endless night lakes, bridges, lanterns, all distant, all dissolving like ink in water. Ahead, rising from the haze, stood a temple. It was old, not ruined, but weathered by time so gently that it seemed carved from the breath of centuries. Its wooden eaves curved like wings poised for flight, and from every beam hung a strand of white paper charms that swayed though no wind moved. The air here was different. It did not hum or whisper. It listened. The poet began to climb the stone steps that led to the temple gate. Each step was damp with moss. Each carried the faint trace of rain long past. The silence grew deeper with every pace, until even his heartbeat felt too loud. When he reached the top, he saw the bell. It hung within a small open tower, framed by cedar and shadow. Massive and dark, its surface glimmered faintly under the starlight, not bronze, not iron, but something older. Something that remembered the first sound ever made. Cobwebs hung like thin veils across its rim. The rope was frayed, untouched. He approached and bowed. "Are you the keeper of this place?" he murmured. The silence seemed to tilt in response, as though listening more closely. He placed a hand upon the wooden beam used to strike the bell. The wood was cool, smooth, waiting. He felt the faintest vibration, the ghost of a tone, a note held back for 100 years. "Why do you sleep?" he asked softly. "Has the world forgotten your voice?" A whisper stirred in the darkness behind him. "It is not the world that forgot," the voice said. "It was the bell that chose silence." He turned. A monk stood there, or perhaps the memory of one, his form wavering, half-transparent, robes flowing like smoke. His eyes held the calm of still water. There was a time, the monk continued, when every dawn began with its sound. The people would rise, the river would wake, even the blossoms would tremble in answer. But one morning, the bell refused to ring. Why? The poet asked. Because the world no longer listened. The sound that reaches no ear fades into sorrow. The poet bowed deeply. Then let it ring once more. I will listen. The monk smiled faintly. It will not answer to hands alone. It wakes only for hearts that remember what silence means. He gestured toward the bell, then stepped back and dissolved into mist. The poet stood alone again. He looked up at the great bell, its stillness immense. Closing his eyes, he placed both hands upon the wooden beam. He did not strike, he breathed. With each breath, he thought of everything he had seen, the bridge of shadows, the garden where time slept, the whisper of forgotten names. The woman in the white kimono is pouring tea in moonlight. The boat of petals carrying him through the lake of stars. He felt the weight of them all gathering in his chest, not heavy, but full. He exhaled, and the beam moved. It struck the bell once, softly. The sound was not loud. It did not shatter the air or echo across the hills. Instead, it blossomed a tone so deep it seemed to come from beneath the earth. It rolled outward slowly, like light through fog, and everything it touched began to shimmer. The mist lifted. The trees trembled. The very stars quivered in their places. The poet felt the sound move through him, dissolving bone, breath, and thought. He was no longer listening to the bell, he was the bell. Its tone became his pulse, its echo his breath. And in that echo, he heard voices, the same whispers from before, now singing. They were not mournful. They were homecoming. The city of Edo, long vanished, stirred once more. He saw it spread beneath him like a reflection, lanterns flickering along narrow streets, laughter spilling from tea houses. The scent of sweet sake, the river alive with drifting petals. Every sound, every life, returned for a heartbeat. All because the bell had remembered how to sing. When the final vibration faded, the world exhaled. The silence that followed was no longer empty. It was full, alive, radiant, at peace. The poet lowered his hands. The bell glowed faintly, its surface warm beneath the starlight. He bowed once more and whispered, "Even silence can bloom, if someone listens." A breeze stirred, gentle and fragrant. It carried the scent of distant blossoms, and within it he heard her voice again, the woman in white, tender and distant. "You have awakened the sound that sleeps in all things. Now, follow it to where it leads." He turned toward the slope beyond the temple. There, a narrow path descended into mist that glowed faintly with the color of dawn, though dawn had not yet come. He took one step, then another, and the bell's final hum followed him down the hill, a heartbeat in the still air. Chapter 9. The night the moon forgot her name. The descent from the temple was slow and soundless. The air below had changed, no longer mist, but light itself, woven thin as silk. Each step seemed to lead not downward but inward, into the quiet heart of the night. When the poet reached the base of the hill, he paused. The world before him had forgotten its shape. The trees, the sky, the distant water all melted into one vast horizon of pale silver. And above it, where the moon should have hung, there was only emptiness. A hollow in the heavens. The poet looked up and whispered, "Where has the moon gone?" No answer came, yet the silence trembled. The air seemed to draw a breath. Then, without warning, the cherry blossoms began to glow. One by one, from every unseen branch, they lit up with a faint, breathing radiance, soft at first, then stronger, until the whole world shimmered as if made of stars fallen to earth. The petals were not white anymore. They carried every color the night had ever held: silver like memory, pink like dawn, blue like the dream before waking. The poet watched, entranced. It was as though the moon, weary of being itself, had dissolved into 10,000 blossoms to rest upon the earth. A whisper moved through the air, a chorus of sighs, soft as falling snow. "She has no name tonight," the voices said. She wished to become what she had always watched. The poet understood. The moon had forgotten her name so she might know the world more closely, to touch, to bloom, to fall, to sleep. And in doing so, she had scattered herself among the trees. He walked beneath their light. The petals swayed gently, each pulse of their glow timed with his heartbeat. He reached out his hand and caught one. It was warm. "So even the moon dreams of falling," he murmured. A faint laugh answered him, a sound like water breaking against stone. The woman in the white kimono stepped from the luminous air. Her hair flowed behind her like a stream of night. Her eyes reflected no stars, only petals. "She does not dream of falling," the woman said softly. "She dreams of belonging." The poet turned toward her. "And you? What do you dream of?" She smiled, a sorrowful curve of light. "I dream of never ending. But even dreams must one day fade." Her form flickered. Where her shadow should have been, there was only light. The petals drifted through her, as though she were made of air and memory. "Is this the end of the dream?" he asked. "Not the end," she said. "The turning." She lifted her hand, and from her palm rose a single blossom brighter than the rest. It floated upward, slow and deliberate, until it reached the hollow in the sky. There, it blossomed again wider, wider until the heavens themselves opened. Light poured down, not harsh but soft, as though the moon were breathing again through another name. The blossoms shimmered, answering her. The night held its breath. The woman turned to him. "Do you see now? The world never loses what it loves. It only changes how it remembers." Her voice trembled, fading. Her outline began to break apart into petals of light, each one drifting upward. He reached for her, but his hand passed through. "Will I see you again?" "You already do," she whispered. "Every time the petals fall, I am there between their motion and their rest." And with that, she was gone. Only her voice lingered, echoing within the light that had no source. The poet looked upward. The moon had returned, but she was different now, woven of petals. Her glow softer, her edges blurred like a memory retold 1,000 times. The sky shone with the color of forgiveness. He sank to his knees beneath the trees. The air was heavy with fragrance, floral, lunar, ancient. He felt the pull of sleep, deep and tender. As his eyes closed, he heard the world whisper to itself. The moon forgot her name so that we might remember ours. And the blossoms, one by one, fell through the air, not down, not up, but through, as if the night itself were exhaling the dream it had kept too long. Chapter 10. 1,000 petals, 1,000 dreams. The air was filled with light that did not come from the sun or the moon. It was softer, older, a light born from memory itself. The poet stood beneath a canopy of endless blossoms. Each petal drifted slowly through the air, glowing faintly as it fell, and when they touched the ground, they did not rest, they dissolved into visions. 1,000 petals, 1,000 dreams. He saw them unfurl across the night like ripples upon a still pond. Some glimmered only for a breath before fading, others lingered, alive with color and sound. Each dream was small, yet infinite, as though the entire world were remembering itself through fragments of beauty. The first petal fell upon his shoulder. It carried the laughter of children playing beside the riverbanks of Edo. He heard the clatter of wooden sandals, the splash of water, the faint hum of a mother's lullaby drifting through paper walls. He turned, and for a heartbeat, the city was there again. Lanterns swayed, carp banners rippled in the unseen breeze. Then it vanished, leaving only the echo of warmth against his skin. Another petal touched his hand. This one smelled of ink and smoke. A poet, not himself, but another long forgotten, sat by a candle, writing haiku upon rice paper. His brush trembled as he whispered the last line, and when he finished, the paper turned into a petal and flew away into the night. The poet watched in awe. Each falling blossom was a window to another time, another life, another dream. He realized that none were separate. Every story, every heartbeat, every sigh of spring was part of one great breathing whole. He lifted his eyes. The sky above was alive. Thousands upon thousands of petals floated downward, each a soft fragment of eternity descending through time. He could hear them singing not with voices, but with presence. A harmony of things once loved and things yet to be. He whispered to the falling petals, "If all dreams return to spring, then let me be the wind that carries them." The air stirred in answer. Petals began to gather around him, swirling gently in a circle. They rose higher, forming a luminous spiral. Within the spiral, he saw faces smiling, sleeping, weeping, waiting. All the souls who had dreamed before him, their lives blooming and falling like flowers in a single breath. One face stood out among them, the woman in the white kimono. Her expression was calm now, serene. Her eyes no longer carried sorrow but quiet joy. "You see now," she said, her voice like wind through bamboo. "The dream was never yours alone. You are part of the blossom that the world keeps dreaming." He felt tears rise, not of sadness, but of release. For the first time, he understood that he had never been lost. He had always been home. The petals touched his face, warm and weightless. Each one left behind a whisper as it passed. Remember the sound of rain. Remember the scent of tea. Remember the silence that blooms before dawn. Each whisper became a thread, weaving through his heart until he was luminous from within. He looked around. The ground was gone, the sky was gone. There was only the sea of petals, infinite and gentle, rising and falling with the rhythm of his breath. He could no longer tell where his body ended and the dream began. Then, within the glow, he saw the shape of the bell from the temple, its outline faint but steady. It rang not loudly, but deep enough to stir the stars. The vibration carried through the petals, turning each one into a note, and together they became a single, endless song. It was the sound of the world remembering itself. The lullaby of all things that ever were. The poet closed his eyes and let the song carry him. He drifted not away, but inward toward the still point where every sound became silence, every petal became light, and every dream became one. And in that stillness, he heard her voice one last time, tender as sleep. The blossom falls not to die, but to remind the sky how to begin again. He smiled. His last thought before surrendering to the dream was a breath of gratitude. Then let me fall beautifully, too. And so he did, not down, not away, but into the heart of spring itself, where all petals meet, where every dream is the same dream, where silence and song are one. Chapter 11 The Return to the River. The song of the petals faded, not abruptly but like a tide retreating. The light that had filled the world folded back into itself, and the poet felt the ground return beneath his feet, soft earth, damp with dew. He opened his eyes. Before him flowed the same river he had stood beside at the beginning of his journey. The Sumida. Its waters were black and glimmering, carrying the pale reflections of dawn yet to come. Lanterns floated upon it once more, each one steady, each one alive with the faint pulse of memory. He knew this place, and yet it was changed. Or perhaps he was. The air carried the scent of the first rain and the last blossoms. Somewhere in the distance, a nightingale called once, then fell silent. The poet walked to the water's edge. His steps left no marks upon the soil. He knelt. The current moved slowly, as if unwilling to disturb the petals drifting upon its surface. He reached down, cupping the water in his hands. It was cool, trembling with light. When he lifted it, he saw reflections not of himself, but of every place he had wandered through the dream, the bridge of shadows, the tea-house of endless spring, the temple's sleeping bell, and the woman in the white kimono, watching him from afar. She was standing on the opposite bank. Her figure was as clear as moonlight, though no moon remained in the sky. The river ran between them, silent, eternal. "You came back," she said, her voice carrying easily across the water. "Was I ever gone?" he asked. She smiled, and for a moment the river itself seemed to smile with her. "You have drifted through every petal the world has dreamed. You have seen how even silence breathes. Now, all that remains is to return." The poet bowed his head. "Return to where?" "To the place you began, to the breath before words, to the moment before petals fall." She lifted her hand, and the water between them shimmered. Lanterns drifted toward her side, gathering like stars caught in a current. Their lights merged into one soft glow that illuminated her face. For the first time, he noticed she was not young, nor old. She was timeless, like the spring itself. "Who are you truly?" he asked. "I am the memory of all that blooms," she said. "And you are the breath that remembers." Her form flickered. The wind rose, carrying petals from nowhere. They crossed the river slowly, touching his skin like farewell. "The dream ends here," she whispered. "But its echo will remain whenever you close your eyes beneath the blossoms." He wanted to answer, but no words came. Only gratitude, vast and wordless. The first hint of dawn began to touch the river. The water shifted from black to silver, then to the faintest blue. The lanterns dimmed, their flames bowing low as if in reverence to the coming day. The poet looked down and saw that the reflection of the woman had vanished, but her presence lingered in the scent of the blossoms and the whisper of the water. He reached into his sleeve and drew forth a single folded petal, the last that had not dissolved. It glowed faintly, pulsing with the rhythm of his heartbeat. He placed it upon the river and watched as it floated away, joining the others in their endless drift. "Go," he said softly. "Carry the dream where it's needed." As he watched, the petals' glow spread each lantern. It past began to shine brighter, and soon the whole river was aflame with soft light, a stream of waking dreams flowing toward the horizon. The poet smiled. He understood now that the dream had never been something he left behind. It lived in every breath of the world, in the way the petals fall, in the way the river moves without end. He sat upon the bank as the first bird sang. The night faded like a held note released at last. Above him, the sky turned the color of old parchment, and the wind carried the last whisper of the blossoms. Nothing truly falls. Everything returns. He closed his eyes. The sound of the river became his breath. For a long time, he listened. Then, gently, he began to hum the same melody the petals had sung in the dream. The water shimmered in answer. Chapter 12. When the petals sleep. Dawn unfolded slowly, as though the world were afraid to wake too soon. The river shimmered under a veil of pale mist. The lanterns that had burned through the night now drifted faintly, their light thinning into gold. The petals upon the water no longer glowed, they rested, as if tired from their long descent through dream and memory. The poet sat upon the bank, watching the first warmth of sunlight touch the world. He could hear the city stirring somewhere beyond the trees, the soft creak of shutters. The clatter of distant footsteps, the sigh of a breeze carrying the scent of morning rice. Edo was waking, and yet, he felt no urge to rise. The journey through the night lingered within him. The bell's deep tone still resonated in his bones. The moon's nameless glow still shimmered behind his eyes. And the woman in white, her voice remained, a breath just beyond the edge of hearing. He looked to the river, to the drifting petals that shimmered faintly beneath the light, and whispered, "Do dreams end when we wake, or do they simply become the morning?" The water did not answer, but the ripples widened, carrying the reflection of the sun like a petal too bright to touch. He closed his eyes and listened. The sound of the river had changed. It was no longer the hush of midnight, but the quiet rhythm of a heartbeat made vast the pulse of the living world. Every current, every whisper, every shifting of wind spoke the same wordless truth: continue. He remembered the woman's final words: nothing truly falls. Everything returns. He thought of the petals floating downstream, each one carrying a dream, a name, a fragment of what once was. He thought of how they would drift beyond the city, beyond the sea, until they dissolved into clouds and rain, and then fall again as blossoms in another spring. The thought filled him not with sorrow, but peace. He reached into his sleeve and drew his brush and paper. Upon the quiet morning air, he wrote the final verse of his journey. When the petals sleep, the world holds its breath, waiting to dream again. The ink shimmered faintly, drying like dew upon the page. He set the paper beside him, knowing the wind would soon carry it away. The sun rose higher. Light spilled across the river, catching the drifting petals, and for an instant, the water looked like a sky made of blossoms. The poet lay back, eyes half open, watching the dance of pink and silver above him. The world was neither awake nor asleep, it was simply breathing. He matched his breath to its rhythm, slow and steady. With every exhale, he felt lighter, as though the dream were gently folding itself around him one last time. And then he heard it, a single, distant chime. The temple bell. Soft, patient, eternal. Its sound rolled through the hills, across the water, through the city, and settled in his heart. The petals stirred, as if the sound had reminded them of something long forgotten. They lifted, slowly, rising in a shimmer of color and light, swirling once above the river before drifting higher up, until they vanished into the pale sky. The poet smiled. He whispered, "Sleep well, blossoms. The world will dream again when you wake." He closed his eyes. The breeze moved gently through the grass, carrying with it the faint scent of rain and tea. The morning light warmed his face. For a moment, the whole world was still. And then, somewhere unseen, a single petal fell not from a branch, but from the quiet heart of the sky and landed softly upon his chest. It pulsed once, then melted into light. The poet's breath matched the river's flow, and the dream neither ended nor began, simply continued. Epilogue: the blossom's last breath. Morning drifted over Edo like a sigh. The mist lifted from the river, and the light of day slid softly across tiled roofs and sleeping gardens. The scent of rain lingered in the air, mingling with the faint perfume of petals that had not yet fallen. The poet awoke beneath the cherry trees. He did not remember falling asleep, nor did he feel as though he had truly woken. The dream clung to him gently, like silk, thin, cool, and alive with the memory of moonlight. He sat up slowly. The grass beneath him was damp with dew. All around, the blossoms hung heavy and quiet, their edges trembling in the breeze. The river glimmered nearby, carrying a handful of petals downstream, each one spinning lazily in the growing light. The world was ordinary again, and yet, it was not. Every color seemed touched by something invisible, every sound felt like the echo of a deeper silence. The dream had not ended. It had simply changed its shape. He touched his chest, where the last petal had fallen. There was nothing there now but warmth. Still, when he looked at his hand, he thought he could see faint traces of light drifting from his fingertips, like threads of a forgotten melody. He smiled. A small writing brush lay beside him, and next to it, a folded sheet of paper, the verse he had written before sleep. He opened it, and found that the ink had spread into faint blossoms upon the page. The words were barely visible, but the paper itself seemed to breathe. He added one final line, his hand steady, his heart still. All that falls becomes the sky. He set the paper beneath a stone at the river's edge, so that when the wind rose again, it might carry the words into the world. Then he stood, brushing dew from his robes, and turned toward the city. The streets were waking, vendors calling softly, children chasing the morning light, a temple bell ringing from afar. Its tone was clear and deep, and as it echoed, the poet closed his eyes and listened. He thought of the woman in white, of the glowing petals, of the moon that forgot her name. He felt no sorrow at their passing. He knew they were still here, woven into the quiet rhythm of the living world. The breeze carried a single petal past his face. He caught it lightly between his fingers. It was pale, almost transparent, and for a moment, he could swear he heard it breathe. "Sleep well," he whispered, "and dream kindly of us." The petal lifted again, caught by the wind, and disappeared into the rising light. The poet watched it go, then turned once more to the river. The lanterns were gone. The water was clear, endless, alive. He bowed deeply to the river, to the trees, to the unseen dream that had guided him. Then he walked toward the sound of the city, each step light, each breath part of the quiet song that had never truly ended. And as the day unfolded, the cherry blossoms began to fall. Again slow, patient, beautiful their motion, neither joy nor sorrow, but simply the world remembering how to breathe. Tea house beside the river. Prologue. The house by the water. There was a river at the edge of the city. It moved quietly beneath the weight of dawn, its surface smooth as a sheet of ink brushed with light. Mist rose from the water, folding the world into silence. Bridges dissolved, footsteps softened, and the air smelled faintly of green tea and rain. It was then that the traveler first saw it, a small house standing at the bend of the river, its roof bowed beneath moss and thyme, its paper lantern still glowing though the night had already passed. A narrow path of stepping stones led to the entrance. Each stone was damp, holding the memory of 1,000 quiet mornings. He paused before the sliding door, hesitant, as if he had stumbled upon someone's dream. From within came the sound of water boiling, soft, rhythmic, patient. And then a voice, calm and low, as though spoken from the heart of the mist itself. "Come in. The tea is ready." He slid the door open. Inside, the light was warm and golden, a single candle swaying gently in the draught. Steam curled upward from a kettle set upon glowing coals, filling the room with a scent that seemed older than the world. The woman who had spoken knelt beside the hearth. Her kimono was the color of worn parchment, her hair bound loosely with a thread of pale silk. She looked neither young nor old, she simply was, like the river or the moon. The traveler bowed. "I did not mean to intrude." She smiled, and the lines of her face seemed to echo his words. "No one intrudes here," she said. "All who follow the river arrive when they must." She gestured for him to sit. He lowered himself onto the tatami, feeling its quiet warmth beneath his hands. The kettle sighed again. Outside, the mist thickened, turning the world into a single shade of white. The woman poured the tea. The liquid caught the candlelight and shimmered faintly, as though reflecting not the room but some other, deeper world. When she set the cup before him, its warmth traveled through his fingertips into his chest. "Drink," she said, "before the river changes its mind." He lifted the cup to his lips. The taste was soft, neither bitter nor sweet, but something in between, like rain falling on stone. With the first sip, the air shifted. The sound of the river grew louder, closer. The room seemed to tilt gently, as though the whole tea house were floating. He blinked. The candle's flame bent in the draught, and for a moment, he thought he saw the reflection of stars upon the tatami, like the river had flowed quietly through the floor. The woman's voice came softly again. "You've come a long way, haven't you?" "Yes," he whispered, "though I can't recall from where." She nodded, as if that answer were expected. "Then rest here. The river remembers even when we do not." The traveler felt his eyelids grow heavy. The warmth of the tea, the rhythm of the water, the faint hiss of the kettle, all of it drew him toward a silence that was deeper than sleep. As he drifted, he thought he heard another voice, faint and far away, rising from beneath the floorboards, as if the river itself were whispering. Everything flows, and nothing is lost. The last thing he saw before sleep claimed him was the woman refilling his cup, her movements slow, deliberate, eternal. Outside, the mist began to lift, and the river kept flowing calm, endless, and patient as time itself. Chapter 1: The First Cup. The first cup of tea was not like any the traveler had tasted before. It was not the flavor that lingered, it was the silence between each sip. The steam curled and drifted upward, forming soft, fleeting shapes that dissolved before they could be named. The woman poured quietly, her movements precise and unhurried. The room breathed with her rhythm, kettle sighing, tatami creaking, the faint hum of the river pressing gently against the wooden walls. Outside, the world was still half asleep. A crane called somewhere beyond the mist, its cry stretching over the water like a single brushstroke of sound. The traveler listened, and in that sound, he felt something stir deep within him, a memory. Not his own, like a leaf turning over in the current of a hidden stream. "This tea," he said softly, "it tastes like rain falling on stone." The woman smiled. "It should," she said. "The leaves were picked during the first rain of spring. They remember everything the clouds have forgotten." She placed another cup before him, smaller, more delicate. Its rim shimmered faintly in the candlelight. "The first cup wakes the body," she said. "The second wakes the dream." He took it carefully, feeling the warmth against his palms. When he looked into it, he saw his own reflection, but the face that gazed back at him was younger. Not the man who had walked through the fog, but a boy standing barefoot in a garden after rain. He blinked, startled. The vision rippled, then cleared. The tea still shimmered. "What is this place?" he asked. The woman poured herself a cup. The steam brushed against her face, and for an instant she seemed almost transparent, as if she were made of the same mist that floated beyond the door. "It is a house beside the river," she said. "But the river you see is not the only one that flows here." He frowned slightly, though his voice remained calm. "You mean the river beneath the floor?" She looked up, meeting his eyes. "Ah, so you've heard it too." The traveler nodded. The sound had been there all along, a faint trickle beneath the floorboards, as if another current wound its way just below the tatami, whispering to itself. He leaned forward slightly, listening. For a heartbeat, he thought he could make out words in that sound, a language without shape or tone, the murmur of time itself moving unseen. The woman refilled his cup. "Each guest who drinks here leaves a memory in the tea," she said. The river carries it away when they go. That is why every cup tastes different. The traveler looked down at the cup again. The reflection of his face wavered, and another appeared beside it, a woman he did not know, laughing in a garden filled with plum blossoms. Her eyes were gentle, and her smile was a wound. He blinked, and she was gone. The tea rippled once more, then settled into stillness. "I saw someone," he whispered. "Someone I've never met." "Then perhaps," said the woman softly, "she has been waiting longer than you have." He wanted to ask more, but the words would not form. The air between them thickened with the scent of roasted leaves and rain. The kettle's song rose, steady and low, filling the space with a hum that seemed to reach far beyond the walls. "Do you believe," he asked at last, "that a place can remember the people who pass through it?" "Not only remember," she said. "It becomes them." The traveler lowered his eyes to the cup once more. The reflection now showed only the candle's flame, a single point of light, trembling but unbroken. He lifted the cup and drank. The warmth spread through him slowly, flowing through his chest, his hands, his breath. He closed his eyes. For a moment, he was no longer in the tea house. He stood upon a bridge of mist stretching over a silver river, and beneath him, thousands of small cups floated downstream, each carrying the reflection of a face, some joyful, some sorrowful, some his own. He reached toward one, but before his fingers touched it, the bridge dissolved into steam. He opened his eyes again. The tea house was silent. The woman was watching him with a faint, knowing smile. "You have crossed the first bridge," she said. "Now the water will begin to remember you, too." Outside, the mist began to thin, and the first light of day brushed softly against the paper doors. The traveler set down his empty cup, listening to the sound of the river breathing beneath the floor. And though he could not say why, he felt that something within him had begun to flow as well. Chapter 2: The Bridge of Steam. The room had grown warmer, though the light had not changed. The candle still burned with a calm, steady flame. Yet something in the air had shifted, as if the world were holding its breath. The woman poured another cup, and as the tea touched the porcelain, steam rose not upward, but outward, a soft, silvery bridge unfurling across the room. It shimmered like moonlight folded into smoke, each wisp curling and twisting into delicate arches. The traveler watched, eyes wide, as the bridge stretched from the hearth toward the open door, where the morning mist waited like a dream unfinished. "Is this the river?" he whispered. The woman shook her head gently. "No, this is what lies above the river. The place between the warmth of breath and the cool of forgetting." The traveler hesitated, then stood. The tatami groaned softly beneath his feet. The steam glowed faintly, forming a path no wider than his hand. And though reason told him it was only mist, his heart whispered that it would hold. He took a step. The air trembled. The scent of tea deepened, sharp and green, as if the leaves themselves had come alive in his lungs. The bridge rippled beneath his weight but did not break. Below him, the floor dissolved into water, the river flowing slow and silent, carrying fragments of light. He turned back once. The woman still knelt beside the kettle, watching him with eyes that held both dusk and dawn. She did not speak, but he understood. Walk until the scent fades. So he walked. The bridge stretched further than it should have, leading him through layers of mist that shimmered with faint reflections. Shapes appeared within them: lanterns, trees, faces, forgotten gates, each suspended in steam like memories refusing to fade. He reached out to touch one, the faint outline of a willow bending over a river bank. His fingers passed through it. For a heartbeat, he felt cool air and the softness of rain. Then it was gone. Are these memories? He asked the silence. The mist answered with a whisper of wind. And in that whisper, he heard voices, laughter, songs, fragments of poetry spoken in tones long forgotten. They wove around him, light as falling petals. Each sound carried a face, each face a feeling. He walked through them all, his heart growing heavy and light at once. Then, ahead, he saw something different, a figure standing in the fog. It was a young woman dressed in white, her sleeves drifting like clouds in the river breeze. Her hair was long and dark, and her eyes shimmered with quiet light. When she saw him, she smiled. "You've come far," she said, her voice like the echo of wind through reeds. "Who are you?" he asked. "Only what the tea remembers." She turned, and he saw that the bridge continued behind her, stretching across the water toward a second shore shrouded in shadow. "What lies there?" he asked. "The place where words dissolve," she said. "Where every story ends as breath." He wanted to ask more, but the mist began to move again, rising like a tide around them. The woman extended her hand. "Do not be afraid. The bridge does not end, it only changes its name." He took her hand. It was warm, like porcelain filled with freshly poured tea. For a moment, everything blurred: steam, light, and breath all folding together into a single, quiet motion. The river below vanished. The sound of the kettle replaced the sound of water. And when he opened his eyes, he was sitting once again on the tatami, the cup warm in his hands, the woman kneeling across from him as if nothing had happened. The candle flickered, and the air still shimmered faintly with the scent of green tea. "Did I dream?" he asked. The woman tilted her head. "You walked where steam becomes memory. Dreams are only what rises when the heart grows warm enough to flow." He nodded slowly, unsure whether he understood, and yet, deep within, he felt lighter, as though some unseen weight had dissolved. The river outside murmured, and through the half-open door, he could see the morning mist drifting upward, carrying faint glimmers of light that looked almost like tiny bridges. He bowed his head. "Then I'll keep walking," he said quietly. The woman smiled. "As long as the water boils, you will never lose your way." The kettle sighed. The bridge of steam rose once more, and the world, gentle and patient, continued to flow. Chapter 3: A Guest from the River. Night returned quietly, as though it had never truly left. The river outside had turned to liquid shadow, and the air smelled faintly of charcoal and rain. Inside the tea house, the traveler sat once more beside the hearth. The woman poured tea in silence. The candlelight trembled upon the surface of the cups, and beyond the paper doors, the world breathed in slow rhythm with the river. He had not spoken since the bridge of steam had faded. Somewhere between waking and dream, he had begun to feel that each breath he took belonged not only to him but also to the house itself. "The river sounds different tonight," he said at last. The woman nodded. "It always does when someone is coming." He frowned slightly. "Someone?" "A guest," she said. "Not every visitor comes by road." As if on cue, the wind stirred the lanterns outside. Their glow wavered and stretched across the tatami like ripples of light. The traveler turned toward the door. Through the thin paper, he could see the faint reflection of movement upon the water, a figure walking where no bridge existed. The woman poured another cup and set it opposite him. "Sit still," she said softly. "He will arrive soon." The traveler felt a chill that was not unpleasant. The candlelight dimmed. Outside, the sound of the river deepened, becoming a low hum, ancient and full. Then the door slid open. Mist flowed inside, and from it stepped a man dressed in the robes of another age. His sleeves were torn and heavy with water, and his eyes glowed faintly, like reflections of distant lanterns. He bowed. "Forgive the intrusion." The woman returned the bow with serene grace. "You are always welcome here, poet of the current." The traveler's heart stilled. There was something familiar in the man's face, something he could not name but had always known. The guest knelt beside the low table. When he spoke, his voice was like water flowing over stone. "The river grows restless," he said. "It carries too many names tonight." The woman poured tea for him. The steam rose gently between them, curling into the shape of drifting words. "Then rest here," she said. "Even the river must pause to breathe." The poet accepted the cup with trembling hands. He lifted it, but instead of drinking, he stared into it as though peering into a window that opened onto another time. "So many faces," he whispered. "So many that I tried to remember. But the water, it takes what it loves." The traveler leaned forward. "Who are you?" The man smiled faintly. "Once, I wrote poems for those who crossed the river. But my words were lighter than the petals they described. One night, they slipped from my hand and drifted downstream. I followed them and never returned." His voice was calm, without sorrow or pride. "You drowned?" the traveler asked softly. "No," said the poet. "I simply kept walking." He drank from the cup. The candle's flame flickered, and for a moment the traveler thought he saw the river flowing through the poet's veins, silver and dark, endless and clear. The woman watched quietly, her expression unreadable. "Do you still write?" she asked. "No," the poet replied. "Now I listen. The water speaks better than I ever could." Silence filled the room. Outside, the current whispered against the stones, a language older than breath. The traveler looked down at his own cup. The reflection trembled, and in it he saw not himself, but countless ripples, each one carrying a verse, a sigh, a forgotten name. "What does the river say tonight?" the woman asked. The poet closed his eyes. For a long moment, he did not answer. Then he spoke softly, as if repeating what he heard. "It says, do not cling to the shore. Every drop returns to the sea, and every word to silence." The woman bowed her head. "Then the current is kind tonight." The poet smiled, faintly but with peace. He set his cup down and rose to his feet. "The current waits," he said. "But I will come again, when the first leaf falls into the water." He turned toward the open door. The mist welcomed him. As he stepped outside, the river shimmered beneath his feet, bearing him away without a sound. The traveler sat motionless. The woman poured the last of the tea into the poet's empty cup. The steam rose and vanished into the air. "Will he ever find rest?" the traveler asked. "He already has," she said softly. "The river never stops flowing, but it never leaves, either." The candle burned low. Outside, the night deepened into perfect stillness. The traveler lifted his own cup, and as he drank, he could taste the faintest trace of salt, the memory of tears, or perhaps the sea. Chapter 4: The Teapot That Remembers. The night grew quieter still, until the sound of the river became indistinguishable from the sound of breath. The candle had burned low, its flame flickered like a heartbeat, soft and slow. The traveler sat with his hands folded before him, watching the thin stream of steam rise from the kettle. It curled and drifted, forming shapes that almost seemed to speak. The woman did not move. She seemed to be listening to the water, to the air, perhaps to something that neither of them could see. "Do you hear it?" she asked at last. "The river?" She shook her head gently. "No." The voice of the teapot. The traveler frowned, unsure if she was jesting. But then, from within the quiet hum of the kettle, he thought he heard something faint, a low murmur, rhythmic, patient, ancient. He leaned closer. The sound deepened, like wind moving through hollow bamboo. It was not merely the hiss of boiling water, it was speech, though in no language he knew. "What is it saying?" he whispered. The woman's eyes glimmered in the dim light. "It remembers." "Remembers what?" "Everything that has ever been poured from it." She lifted the kettle gently, her movements reverent. As she poured the tea into a cup, the sound itself became a melody, a soft, flowing rhythm, almost like a song. "Listen," she said, "each drop tells a story." The traveler listened, and within the simple act of pouring, he began to hear voices not loud, but intimate, like memories breathed by someone half asleep. He heard laughter, the laughter of children playing by the river. He heard the murmur of lovers whispering secrets over tea. He heard prayers, quiet and trembling, spoken by hands too tired to fold properly. Each sound was a ripple, each ripple a lifetime. "How can it remember all that?" he asked. "Because water never truly leaves," said the woman. "It only changes its form. Steam, rain, tears, they are all the same voice, traveling in circles." The traveler gazed into the cup she handed him. The tea shimmered faintly, and for a moment, he saw shapes upon its surface, fleeting scenes, fragments of time. A samurai laying down his sword beside a teacup. An old woman smiled as she handed a cup to a stranger. A monk weeping quietly over a cracked bowl. Each image dissolved before it could be held. The tea rippled once, then stilled. "It's beautiful," he murmured. "It is honest," she replied. The teapot remembers without judgment. She set the kettle down, and as it touched the hearth, it gave a small, ringing sound, clear and resonant, like the chime of a temple bell. The traveler felt the sound vibrate in his chest. It was as though the air itself had spoken his name. "Why does it remember?" he asked softly. The woman looked toward the open door, where the faint outline of the river glimmered beneath the moonlight. "So that we may forget," she said. Her words hung in the air like mist. For a moment, neither spoke. The kettle continued its gentle breathing. The traveler lowered his gaze to the cup once more. The warmth seeped into his palms, and he realized that the sound of the boiling water was echoing his own heartbeat. He closed his eyes, and in that stillness, he saw a vision not with his eyes, but with his breath. He saw 100 hands holding the same kettle, 100 voices whispering the same blessing before drinking. He saw seasons passing, snow melting, leaves falling, rivers freezing and thawing, but always, somewhere, the same quiet sound, the teapot, exhaling its memory into the world. When he opened his eyes again, the woman was watching him. "You've heard it too," she said softly. He nodded. "It feels like the world itself is steeping." She smiled, faintly. "Perhaps it is. Perhaps this house, this night, this cup, they are all part of a single, endless brewing." The kettle whistled once more, a sound that was almost laughter. The woman poured one final cup and placed it before the traveler. "Drink," she said. "What the teapot remembers, the heart must learn to release." He lifted the cup. The tea was cool now, but sweet. He drank it slowly, feeling each swallow like a note in a quiet song. Outside, the river stirred, carrying the moon's reflection in its current. The teapot's last sigh faded into silence. And the traveler understood every drop of tea he drank had once been part of a cloud, a tear, a stream, a breath of someone long gone, and now, it was part of him. Chapter 5: The Woman Who Waited for the Moon. Night had deepened into velvet. The river reflected the moon like molten silver, its surface trembling with the faintest wind. Lanterns outside swayed gently, casting shadows that danced upon the walls of the tea house. The traveler sat silently, watching the woman pour tea. Her movements were calm, deliberate, almost ceremonial. The steam rose from the cups, curling into shapes that the eye could not fully follow. "Do you wait for someone?" the traveler asked softly. She paused, hands still upon the teacup. Her eyes, dark and steady, lifted to meet his. "Yes," she said. "Every night, I wait for the moon to reach its highest point. Then, the river carries what is lost back to those who still remember." The traveler frowned. "The river carries people?" "Sometimes," she replied, a faint smile on her lips. "Sometimes, it carries voices, or faces, or hearts. Only those who wait know the path." Outside, the moon rose higher, spilling pale light across the river. Its reflection quivered, shimmering with life. The traveler noticed the woman's gaze linger upon the water, her expression calm but full of quiet longing. "How long have you waited?" he asked. "Long enough for the river to change its course," she said. "Long enough to see petals fall 100 times. Long enough to remember that waiting is not the same as forgetting." She set a cup before him, its surface perfectly still. "Drink," she said. "The tea tastes of the moon tonight." He lifted the cup. The aroma was subtle, sweet with a hint of something beyond memory. When he drank, the room seemed to dissolve into silver light. The river outside seemed to draw nearer, and in its reflection, he thought he saw a figure, a man standing upon the far shore. His clothes were pale as mist, and he looked neither young nor old. He held his hands out, and for a moment, it seemed he might cross the river without touching the water. The woman's voice broke the spell. "Do you see him?" she whispered. "He comes only when the moon has found its mirror." The traveler nodded slowly. The figure stepped closer, and the moon's reflection rippled as if in greeting. "Every night," the woman continued, "I pour tea in hope, and every night, the river answers with a gift. Sometimes it is nothing. Sometimes it is everything." The traveler watched the scene unfold in silence, feeling the faint pulse of time itself move with the river's flow. "And what will happen tonight?" he asked. The woman smiled, almost sorrowfully. "Tonight, I will wait, as always. If he returns, the tea will taste of his presence. If he does not, the tea will remember him for me." A cool breeze stirred the lanterns. The candlelight trembled and flickered. Outside, the river gleamed like molten silver, its surface broken by the faintest hint of movement. The traveler realized that this waiting, so patient, so gentle, was not sorrow, but devotion. It was the rhythm of the world itself. Moon rises, the river flows, and hearts continue to hope. The woman lifted her cup. "Drink," she said softly. "Taste the moon. Even if he does not come tonight, the river remembers." The traveler obeyed. The liquid was warm, soft, and filled with a quiet light. As he drank, he felt a faint stirring in the air, as if the river outside, the moon above, and the tea itself had conspired to send a message across time. Patience is its own grace. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the figure had vanished, but the river shimmered with whispers, 100 tiny reflections of hands reaching across the water, faces smiling, voices singing. The woman watched him, her own eyes glimmering in the candlelight. "Even in absence," she said, "he is here. For those who wait, the river never forgets." The traveler bowed his head, understanding for the first time that waiting could be a form of love, and that the river, endless, patient, and silver, would carry those hearts who believed across any distance. The tea house seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the river. Outside, the moon climbed higher, casting its silver light upon the cups, the steam, the hands that held them. The night was still, but alive with memory, devotion, and the quiet promise of return. Chapter 6 Rain over the tatami. The first drop of rain fell like a whispered secret. It touched the roof of the tea house so softly that the traveler mistook it at first for the sigh of cooling coals. Then came another, and another, until the entire night was wrapped in a curtain of silver rain. The sound was gentle, not drumming, not harsh, but as if the sky itself were exhaling quietly after a long day. Each drop landed with intent, yet without urgency. The woman rose from her place beside the heart hand, slid open the shoji door a fraction. A gust of cool, rain-scented air drifted in, carrying with it the aroma of wet earth, river stones, and distant cedar. "Rain cleanses more than roofs," she murmured. "It cleanses memory." The traveler tilted his head. "Does rain fall differently here?" She nodded. "Everything falls differently beside this river." He watched the rain gather along the wooden veranda, each drop forming a tiny bead of clear crystal before slipping down and vanishing into the shadows below. The tatami beneath him had begun to smell faintly of straw, a warm, honest scent that always emerged when the air grew damp. Something about it soothed him deeply, as though the tatami itself were breathing with the rain. The woman returned to the heart hand, lifted the kettle slightly, letting the steam mingle with the rain-cooled air. The soft hiss grew louder, richer, then softened again, like a sigh settling into sleep. "Rain is memory returning to earth," the woman said. "But when it falls at night, it becomes a dream instead." The traveler closed his eyes. He could hear the rain trace delicate paths across the roof, could feel it hum through the wood, could sense the tatami beneath him warming his palms. Each sound was a thread. All the threads wove together into something soft, something like a lullaby. The woman placed a fresh cup of tea before him. The steam rose slowly, curling like the shape of a sleeping serpent. He lifted the cup and felt its warmth radiate into his fingers. The tea tasted different tonight, deeper, rounder, washed in the gentle coolness of rain. It tasted like the color of a distant memory. With each sip, the rain seemed to grow louder, until it was no longer outside the tea house but within him, a quiet, rhythmic presence, washing away thoughts one by one. "There was once a traveler," the woman began, "who came to this tea house during a storm much like this. He arrived drenched, exhausted, carrying a heart heavy with unspoken words." The traveler listened, the tea warming his chest. He sat just where you sit now. And when the rain touched the roof, he began to weep. She smiled gently, not from sorrow, but from release. The sound of rain reminded him that he did not have to hold every memory alone. The traveler looked toward the shoji. Rain slid down the paper in translucent trails, as if the sky itself were writing stories the world was too sleepy to read. "What happened to him?" he whispered. "He slept," she replied. "For the first time in many years." Her voice was soft, barely above the rain. And when he woke, he found that his burdens had become lighter, not gone, but softened, like ink left in the rain. The traveler felt his breath slow. The rain's rhythm matched the beat of his heart. The tatami seemed warmer now, inviting him to rest his weight upon it. The candle flickered. The shadows swayed. The river hummed beneath the rain. Everything, the tea, the tatami, the rain, the woman's voice, wove together into a single, gentle current that pulled him toward sleep. The woman refilled his cup once more. "Drink," she whispered. "Let the rain soften what you no longer need to carry." He raised the cup to his lips, and the rain answered with a deeper hush, as though the night itself were leaning closer to listen to the quiet sound of tea being sipped. And somewhere beneath that quiet, the traveler felt something inside him loosen, a knot untied, a door opening, a soft letting go. He placed the cup down gently. The rain answered with a slow, peaceful cadence that settled into the tatami, into the tea house, into his heart. As he exhaled, he realized he no longer knew where the rain ended and his own thoughts began. And in that blurring, peace found him. Chapter 7: The Cedar That Keeps Secrets. By the time the rain softened into a fine mist, the air behind the tea house had taken on a scent deeper than night, the scent of cedar, cool earth, and things too old to name. The woman gestured toward the back door. "Come," she said. "There is someone you should meet." The traveler rose slowly, his body still heavy with the warmth of tea and the softness of rain. He slid open the wooden door, and a breath of forest air washed across his face. Behind the tea house stood a single cedar tree. Tall, steady, as unmoving as a mountain, and yet alive in a way the traveler could not explain. Its trunk was broad, its bark dark and furrowed like the wrinkles of an elder who has smiled more often than frowned. Drops of rain clung to its branches like beads of glass, and even the mist seemed to bow around it. The traveler felt compelled to step closer. Every footstep softened by damp moss, every breath filled with the cedar's quiet strength. "This tree," the woman said behind him, "knows more secrets than I do." He touched the bark lightly. It was cool beneath his fingertips, cool, but firm, as though holding the memory of centuries. "What kind of secrets?" he asked. The woman smiled, her voice almost a whisper. "The kind people speak only when they think no one is listening." A breeze moved through the cedar's branches. The sound was soft but layered like hundreds of overlapping voices, all speaking in the hush of dreams. The traveler closed his eyes. And within the rustling, he could swear he heard words not clearly, not fully, but enough to stir the quietest parts of memory. Voices of children laughing in spring rain. A lover's vow whispered beneath the moon. A warrior's last promise before leaving for battle. A mother's prayer for her sleeping child. A wanderer's wish to return home. All of it, every whispered fear, every tender hope was held within the cedar's heartwood, deep as the river, gentle as tea steam rising in the dark. "People come here to speak to the tree?" the traveler asked softly. "Not always on purpose," the woman said. "Sometimes a person only needs to stand near it, and their heart begins to speak for them." The traveler felt a shiver, not of cold, but of recognition. He remembered nights spent alone, thinking his thoughts were too heavy to share. Perhaps, he thought, the world had been listening all along. Another breeze drifted through the branches. This time, the sound was lower, like a long exhale, or the murmur of something very old acknowledging his presence. "It welcomed you," the woman said. He blinked. "How can you tell?" "The cedar keeps secrets," she said. "But it also knows when to open its heart." She stepped closer, placing her palm gently against the trunk. "Every ring within this tree," she continued, "is a year of listening. A year of holding someone's unspoken wish. A year of remembering what others forget." The traveler lowered his head. The cedar's presence was soothing, like resting a tired thought against something vast and patient. "What does it hear from you?" he asked. The woman smiled, though her eyes softened. "I ask the same question every night," she said. "I ask that those who wander find their way to the river's gentle path, and that those who are lost find a place to rest." The traveler swallowed. The cedar rustled again, as if in agreement. "And what do you wish for?" she asked quietly. He looked at the tree, at the droplets shimmering like stars caught in its branches. The answer rose unbidden, from a place deeper than words. "I want to remember who I was without losing who I am becoming." The cedar's branches trembled, a soft, slow movement, like the nod of a wise old guardian. The woman bowed her head slightly. "Then this tree will keep that wish for you," she said. "Until you are ready to carry it again." A hush settled over the garden. The rain had stopped entirely, replaced by the steady breath of the cedar and the quiet pulse of the river beyond. The traveler felt himself grow lighter, as though the tree had taken something heavy from him, not stolen, but safeguarded. He exhaled, and the cedar answered with a gentle rustling, like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. The woman placed a hand upon his shoulder. "Come," she whispered. "The tea is growing quiet. It's time to return to the warmth." He bowed to the cedar because somehow, it felt right, and followed her back toward the softly glowing tea house. Behind them, the cedar stood watch, patient and eternal, holding secrets the world had long forgotten, including, now, the traveler's own. Chapter 8: Lanterns That Know the Way. When they returned to the front of the tea house, the rain had faded into a soft, drifting mist. The river, washed clean and pale, glimmered like a silk ribbon cast across the night. Along the river bank, small lanterns flickered to life one by one, as if awakened by the traveler's footsteps. Each lantern seemed to breathe, its flame swaying in slow, deliberate rhythms, never hurried, never disturbed even by the whispering mist. The traveler paused. "Who lit them?" he asked. The woman shook her head gently. "No one." Her voice carried the ease of someone who long ago accepted that the river does not operate by human logic. "The lanterns wake when needed," she said. "They've been doing so for longer than anyone remembers." The traveler stepped closer to the nearest lantern. The small flame within it glowed warmly, casting a faint amber circle upon the damp earth. But it was not a normal flame. It flickered in patterns not random, not chaotic, but with the gentle rhythm of breathing. Like a tiny heart, a heartbeat made of light. "Do they guide travelers?" he asked. "Sometimes," she replied. "Sometimes they guide memories instead. And sometimes they lead only to dreams." The lanterns continued lighting themselves further along the path, a slow, luminous procession spilling down the riverbank as far as the mist allowed the eye to see. The traveler felt drawn toward them. He walked to the edge of the path, and as he did, the lanterns nearest him brightened, their flames rising and falling as though whispering this way. The woman followed at a distance, her steps soundless upon the wet earth. "Each lantern holds a fragment of a journey," she said. "A moment someone once lived, or wished to live. And when a traveler passes by, the lantern chooses which memory to share." The traveler knelt beside a lantern whose flame burned slightly bluish, a rare, delicate shade. As he gazed into it, the flame wavered, and patterns formed within the glass shadows, shapes, like silhouettes behind a thin shoji. He saw a child chasing fireflies. Then the image shifted, a young couple crossing a bridge in spring, cherry blossoms swirling around them. Then the image darkened, and he saw an old man placing a lantern on the river with trembling hands, his eyes full of unspoken words. But nothing lasted. Each memory faded as gently as the mist, returning the lantern to its soft glow. The traveler whispered, "Are these memories of the people who walked here?" The woman nodded. "Some are. Some belong to the river. Some belong to no one at all." A soft wind stirred, and the lanterns flickered in unison, not dimming, but listening. "What do they hear?" he asked. She stepped closer, her face illuminated by the warm amber light. "Your footsteps. Your breath. Your unspoken thoughts." He swallowed. "Do they know my path?" The woman smiled faintly. "They know only where you are ready to go." The lanterns shimmered, their flames bending inward toward the path ahead, forming a quiet corridor of light that stretched toward the river's curve. A hush fell over the night. Even the river seemed to slow, its surface smoothing into something like polished stone. The woman rested her hand lightly on his arm. "Follow them," she whispered. "But only until your heart feels lighter." The lanterns lead to destinations, yes, but sometimes the destination is simply a place inside yourself that has been waiting to be seen. He took a step forward. The lanterns brightened. Another step, and the mist parted slightly, revealing more lights ahead. The sensation was both dreamlike and real, like walking through memories that did not fully belong to him. The path curved gently with the river, lit in soft amber glows. No lantern flickered out, no flame fought the damp air. Everything flowed together, a choreography of light and stillness. As he walked, the traveler felt the heaviness within him soften, dissolving like ink in water. He felt calm, peaceful, held. Eventually, after an unknowable stretch of dreamlike time, the lanterns gradually dimmed, their flames bowing low as if honoring his presence. The woman's voice traveled gently behind him. "When the lanterns dim, it means they have shown you all that was needed." He turned back. She stood with her hands folded, her kimono glowing softly in the lingering light. "This path will always appear whenever your heart grows heavy," she said. "The lanterns know the way not because they see the future, but because they remember the kind of peace you seek." The traveler bowed his head. "Thank you," he whispered. "Don't thank me," she replied. "Thank the river." And indeed, the river gave a soft, gentle sound, a subtle, lapping murmur as if accepting his gratitude. The lanterns flickered once more, their flames rising like small smiles, then gradually softened into tiny, stars, guiding him back toward the warmth of the tea house. Chapter 9: The Pillow of Forgotten Dreams. When the traveler stepped back into the tea house, the warmth greeted him like an embrace. The lantern-lit path behind him faded into a soft glow, as though it, too, wished him a peaceful rest. Inside, the hearth still glowed with gentle coals. The kettle whispered in a low, soothing rhythm, a lullaby made of steam and memory. The woman knelt beside a small corner of the tea house where a simple futon had been laid out. Its white cotton cover looked freshly aired, and the pillow resting atop it held the faint fragrance of clean wind and distant cedar. She gestured to it. "Tonight," she said, "you will sleep here. It is not an ordinary pillow." The traveler approached slowly. The tatami beneath him creaked softly, like an old friend stretching in the dark. "What kind of pillow is it?" he asked. The woman's eyes softened. "It keeps the dreams people forget." The traveler's breath caught. "Mine as well?" "Yes," she whispered. "Especially yours." He knelt beside the futon, running his fingers lightly along the pillow's surface. Its texture was softer than cotton, closer to clouds or the gentle brushing of a spring breeze. The woman poured a final cup of tea, placed it beside the futon. The steam rose straight upward, a sign of a calm, undisturbed night. "Drink this before you lie down," she said. "It will help the dreams return safely." He sipped. The tea was warm, sweet in a way that did not come from sugar, but from something deeper, patience, perhaps. Or a kindness too quiet to name. As he finished the last sip, a deep sense of stillness came over him, as if the tea were settling gently into every part of his being. The woman stepped back, her hands folded. "When you lie on that pillow," she said, "the dreams you have misplaced, the ones you were too busy to remember, or too frightened to keep, will come back to you. Not loudly, not all at once, but in the way rain returns to the river." The traveler lay down slowly. The futon embraced him with a dry, comforting warmth. When his head touched the pillow, he exhaled without meaning to, a long, unburdening breath that seemed to melt into the darkness. The pillow was cool at first, then warm, as if adjusting itself to his thoughts. The woman dimmed the candle until its flame was no larger than a firefly. Outside, the river whispered. The cedar murmured. The lanterns beyond the shoji glowed like sleeping stars. The pillow softened further, almost imperceptibly, like something shifting in the depths of a quiet forest. And then dreams began to return. Not in images at first, but in sensations. A warm summer wind brushes his cheek. The sound of bells ringing in a faraway village. the weight of a wooden toy in his childhood hand, the taste of a fruit he once loved but had forgotten entirely. The pillow cradled his head, as if holding these memories carefully in its stitching. The woman's voice drifted through the room, soft as dew settling on moss. "Do not chase them," she whispered. "Just let them come." He felt a dream rising, a small one, gentle in shape, the kind a child might dream when the world still feels full of promise. He saw a sky full of floating lanterns. He saw himself beneath them, hands outstretched, catching one as it drifted low. The lantern opened like a flower, revealing a warm light that seemed to pulse with quiet joy. Another dream unfolded behind it, a memory of sitting beside someone he once cared for deeply, sharing a bowl of simple rice as rain tapped against the window. The scene was so tender that his chest tightened. But the pillow absorbed the ache, transforming it into warmth, sending it back through his body like the gentle echo of being held. The woman's voice came once more, even softer now. "Dreams do not return to trouble you," she said. "They return to make you whole." His breathing slowed. The pillow seemed to rise and fall softly beneath him, matching the rhythm of his breath. More dreams drifted toward him, fragments of laughter, the smell of summer. Grass, a lantern-lit evening by a different river, a path he once walked, a promise he once made. None of them asked to be remembered. They simply gathered around him like gentle shadows, content to rest at his side. The traveler's eyes grew heavy. The room around him blurred into a single, warm shade of night. The woman extinguished the candle. The darkness was complete, but softened by the glow of dreams quietly circling him like drifting petals. Her voice, a whisper wrapped in river mist, was the last thing he heard. "Sleep now. The dreams you lost have found their way home." The traveler sank deeper into the futon. The pillow cradled him. The dreams held him. And the tea house, with its cedar, river, lanterns, and rain, folded itself gently around him like a second, timeless night. Chapter 10: The Night That Watches Over All Things. The traveler had fallen completely into sleep. Not the kind shaped by exhaustion, nor the restless dreams stirred by worry, but a sleep so deep that even the river altered its voices so as not to disturb him. The tea house grew still. The woman knelt near the quieted hearth, her silhouette no more substantial than a shadow cast by moonlight. In the center of the room, the futon gently rose and fell with the traveler's slow, peaceful breaths. Outside, the river held its silence like a bowl cupping moonlit water. Far above the thatched roof, the sky stretched black and endless. Not the darkness of grief or fear, but the darkness that carries the stars, a cradle vast enough for every forgotten memory and every future not yet imagined. A single cloud drifted between treetops, its edges shimmering faintly as though brushed by the hands of unseen spirits. The tea house breathed. Yes, breathed. Its old wooden beams expanded softly in the cool night air, like ribs loosening after a long day. The paper shoji screens adjusted, letting a breeze pass with the quietest sigh. The floorboards settled into silence with the grace of monks bowing after prayer. It was as if the house itself had been built not only from cedar and bamboo but from centuries of listening. Listening to rain. Listening to footsteps. Listening to hopes whispered over warm cups of tea. Tonight, it listened to the traveler's dreams. The woman rose, her movements light and soundless, and stepped to the doorway. She slid the shoji open just enough to look out upon the river bank. Lanterns lined the path round, amber, and soft, their gentle glow drifting across the water's surface like floating stars that had chosen to rest a while on earth. The cedar's branches hung low, draped in moonlight, as if leaning closer to hear the quiet of the tea house. The night was watching. Not with eyes, but with presence, the way a mother watches a child sleep or the sea watches the shore. The woman whispered to the dark, "He sleeps well." The night, in its own language, answered with a breeze that stirred the lanterns. Their flames did not flicker, they simply bowed, as though returning a greeting. A fox passed silently along the river bank, its white tail illuminated like a brushstroke of light. It paused, lifted its head toward the tea house, and observed it with ancient curiosity. After a moment, it continued on its way, paws gliding over moss and stone, never once disturbing the sleeping world. Inside, the woman returned to the hearth. She knelt again, carefully adding a small piece of charcoal to the embers. The glow deepened but made no sound, as if even the fire knew to keep its voice low tonight. She poured herself a cup of tea not for wakefulness, but to honor the quiet. The steam rose in a thin, unbroken line, dancing only slightly as the breeze brushed past the shoji. She lifted the cup to her lips. The warmth touched her like a memory from long ago, a memory not of a moment, but of a feeling, being needed only by silence itself. With the cup still in her hands, she turned once more toward the sleeping traveler. The pillow cradled his head with a gentleness so profound it could have been mistaken for affection. Every dream that settled upon him moved through him slowly, softly, as if afraid to wake him. The woman's voice drifted into the air, a sound barely there, like the brushing of a moth's wings. "Rest," she whispered. Everything that watches over you tonight wishes for your peace. Outside, the night deepened. The stars brightened. The river stilled. Even the wind slowed its wandering, choosing to linger beneath the eaves of the tea house as though savoring the serenity held within. The world, for this moment, forgot how to rush. The tea house, watchful and patient, settled into its ancient role to guard the sleeping, to cradle wandering souls, to keep the night gentle. And the night obliged, wrapping everything in a calm that felt endless. The traveler slept on, surrounded by dreams, protected by darkness, and held by the unseen embrace of a world that wanted nothing more than for him to rest. Chapter 11. When the river begins to speak. The traveler slept. His breathing was slow and gentle, like the ebb and flow of a tide too calm to be seen by ordinary sight. The tea house kept its vigil. The woman sat with folded hands, her eyes lowered in a contemplative stillness that felt older than the cedar beams above her. But somewhere deeper, far below the tatami, beneath the foundation stones, beneath the earth itself, something stirred. A voice. Not one shaped by lungs or lips, but by currents, moonlight, and the long memory of flowing water. The river had begun to speak. It started as a vibration that brushed lightly against the traveler's dreams, like fingertips made of cool spring water. His sleeping body shifted, not in discomfort, but as if adjusting itself to listen more closely. The river's voice rose. At first, it was a hum. The sound of water against stone, woven with a softness that made it indistinguishable from silence. But gradually, the hum became words, liquid and gentle, as though shaped by ripples instead of sound. Traveler. The dream around him changed. The lantern-lit paths, the cedar trees, the mist-covered tea house all dissolved like ink releasing itself into water. In their place, a vast darkness emerged. Not empty, but full, a darkness that shimmered faintly with drifting silver threads. The traveler floated there, weightless, as if held by the night itself. Again the voice came. Traveler, you have come far to reach these waters. He tried to speak, but no words left his lips. Instead, the river understood his unspoken thought. Do not be afraid. Dreams require no voice. The darkness around him warmed, glowing softly like water catching moonlight. A current formed beneath him, lifting him gently the way a mother lifts a sleeping child. You drink from my banks, the river whispered, but you do not yet remember why you came. The traveler felt a memory stirring. Something faint like a scent carried on wind from a place long forgotten. He reached toward it, but the moment he tried to grasp it, the memory scattered like light rippling across water. The river chuckled a low, soft sound, deeper than any human voice yet kinder than any lullaby. Do not chase it. It will return when it chooses. Memories are like small boats, they come back only when the tide invites them. The traveler drifted slowly downstream, though he felt no motion. The current moved beneath him with the tenderness of hands that had held the world since time began. Silver lights floated around him, tiny spheres that pulsed softly, flickering like captured stars underwater. One brushed his cheek. He saw a vision, a bridge covered in fallen cherry petals. A child running toward him, laughing. A promise whispered but never kept. Another sphere touched his hand. He saw a cup of tea shared by lantern light. A sleeve brushing his arm. A farewell spoken with a smile that trembled at the edges. He felt his chest tighten, but the river soothed him. These are pieces of you, carried downstream by time. I keep them safe until you are ready to hold them again. The traveler exhaled deeply. The river's current wrapped around him, warm as late spring water. Why am I seeing these now? He whispered inside the dream. The river answered, because tonight, at last, you have become still enough to listen. The lights around him danced, rising and falling as if breathing with him. The tea house gave you rest, the voice continued. But I give you memory. And perhaps understanding. The traveler reached toward one of the drifting spheres. It settled into his palm. Inside it, a tiny flame flickered, a fragile light that felt inexplicably familiar. What is this? He asked. The river's voice softened. A single moment you once loved. Small, but yours. You left it with Meso, you would not break beneath its weight. The traveler held the light closer. It warmed his hand, warming his heart in equal measure. May I keep it? The river answered without hesitation. You may keep anything you are ready to remember. The sphere brightened, slowly dissolving into his chest, where its warmth remained. The river grew quiet for a long while. Only the sound of drifting currents filled the dream space. Then, softly, "Traveler, before this night ends, there is one thing you must understand." The darkness shimmered again. The river's presence wrapped around him like a vast, gentle embrace. No one journeys alone to this tea house. Even the lost are guided here by something that still remembers them. The traveler felt a single tear slip down his sleeping cheek, though he did not know why. The river whispered, "Rest. Tomorrow, you will remember more. Tomorrow, the banks will widen. Tomorrow, the current will show you what you once chose to forget." The darkness folded around him like a blanket of warm water. For now, simply drift. And with that, The river's voice faded into the soft hum of flowing water, a lullaby ancient Inato cradle worlds. The traveler sank into deeper sleep, still held by the current, still watched by the tea house above, still wrapped in gentle dreams that moved like moonlit ripples toward the shore of dawn. Chapter 12 Mist that remembers the morning. The dream river slowly released him. Not abruptly, not with the jolt of waking, but with a gentleness so subtle it felt like being carried from one type of silence into another. The traveler drifted upward through layers of calm darkness. The current beneath him softened, becoming thinner, lighter, as if it were turning into breath itself. And then mist. A soft, pale mist brushed against his mind. Not cold, not warm, but a perfect in-between that held the softness of sleep and the first faint whisper of morning. It wrapped around him like the shawl of a mother who does not wish to wake her child but simply wishes to move him from one arm to another. The mist stirred. Its voice was no louder than the hoosh of cloth sliding over to Tommy. "Not yet," it murmured. "Do not wake yet." The traveler floated between dreaming and waking, a place where shadows have shapes but not names, and where time behaves like drifting petals in still water. He felt the faint sensation of his body lying on the futon. He could feel the pillow beneath his cheek, soft as early spring clouds. He could sense the blanket's weight, light, and comfort. But the dream still held him by the corners of his mind. Between those two worlds, the mist thickened until everything became white. Not empty white, but full white, like fresh snow that remembers the warmth beneath it. Through the mist, he saw faint shapes. A lantern, a cedar's branch, the outline of the tea house roof. All blurred, as though drawn in ink that had not yet fully dried. The mist whispered again. "Before morning comes, there is something you must feel. Feel, not know." Knowledge was for daylight. This hour belonged to sensation. A breeze moved through the mist. Its touch was cool, yet carried a hint of sunlight so faint it felt like the memory of warmth rather than warmth itself. The traveler inhaled. The air smelled of river water, tatami straw, and the soft sweetness of fresh rice steaming somewhere very far away. The scent tugged at something in him, something that belonged not to the river and not to the tea house, but to life. A life before wandering. A life before forgetting. He felt a heaviness in his heart, not sorrow, but the weight of a truth that wanted to rise yet stayed quiet for now. The mist wrapped around him more tightly. "Do not hurry," it breathed. "Morning arrives only when it is invited." The traveler closed his eyes, though they were closed already. He let the mist move through him, carrying whispers from the river. echoes of the tea woman's voice, and the warmth of the tiny Lita had reclaimed in the dream. He felt himself sinking again, not deeper into sleep, but deeper into calm. His breath smoothed, his shoulders loosened, his thoughts dissolved like paper lanterns drifting into the sky. Within the mist, two shadows emerged. One was tall, like a cedar tree. The other was small, like a child standing beside it. They held hands. The traveler reached out instinctively, not physically, but with the invisible motion of a memory long suppressed. The mist shivered gently, as if smiling. "You will understand soon," it whispered. "But not now. Rest a little longer in the place between night and morning." The shadows faded. The mist grew brighter, paler, softer, more luminous. It felt like lying beneath a blanket woven from dawn itself. And then came the faintest warmth, the earliest breath of sunrise touching the mist with gold so light it was barely there at all. The traveler sighed. His body settled more deeply into the futon. His heartbeat slowed to match the rhythm of the river. The mist murmured once more, "When you wake, the world will have changed. But for now sleep within the memory of morning." The brightness grew, but never enough to wake him. It only held him, and held him, and held him like the pause just before the first bird sings, like the moment when the sky takes a breath before turning blue. Morning waited politely beyond the shoji. And the traveler slept on, cradled by mist, carried by dreams, watched over by a world that honored rest. Chapter 13: The First Light on the Cedar Branch. Before the traveler awoke, before his mind began to gather itself from the soft white mist of dreams, the world outside the tea house stirred quietly. It began with a single note. Not loud, not sharp, but a low, lingering hum that rose from the river as the night exhaled. The darkness softened. Its edges loosened. The tea house, still wrapped in the hush of dawn, waited. And then it came, the first light. It appeared not in the sky, but on the cedar branch that leaned over the water. A sliver of pale gold touched a single needle of green. The cedar did not move. It simply received the light the way old trees do, with patience, with grace, as though it had been expecting this visitor for 100 quiet years. The river noticed. A faint shimmer rippled across its surface, delicate as the breath of a sleeping child. The lanterns, still glowing softly from the night before, dimmed ever so slightly, not extinguished, but content to let the sun take their place. A small bird landed upon the branch. Its feathers puffed gently against the lingering chill. It tilted its head, as if listening to the moment the world shifted from night to morning. Then it sang the first song of the day. A single, clear note that floated down to the tea-house roof, slid across the eaves, and slipped into the room where the traveler still slept. The woman at the hearth lifted her gaze. She had been awake for some time, her presence as steady as the tea kettle that breathed faint wisps of steam above the coals. The bird's note burrowed a soft smile to her lips. "The cedar greets the morning," she whispered. She moved with quiet steps to the edge of the shoji and slid it open a fraction. Cold morning air entered the room, carrying the scent of wet earth, river stone, and distant cooking fires stirring in early homes upstream. The futon rustled. The traveler did not wake, but his breath deepened as if the morning was being woven into his dreams. The woman watched him a moment longer. "Not yet," she murmured kindly. "Let the first light wake the world before it wakes you." Outside, the light grew. It climbed the cedar branch step by step, needle by needle, until the entire bough shimmered with a soft, yellow-green glow like jade warmed by the sun. As the light strengthened, the mist over the river stirred. It rose in long, graceful ribbons, lifting away from the water as though the river were shedding its last dream. The mist drifted upward, catching the sunlight in delicate folds silver, then gold, then transparent as breath. When a breeze nudged it, the mist swirled slowly, dancing in lazy spirals before dissolving into the brightening sky. A few droplets of dew slid from the cedar's needles and fell into the river. Each one made a tiny ripple, small circles expanding until they met and merged into the larger current. It was the river's way of greeting the morning. The tea-house felt the change. Its cedar beams warmed by a fraction. Its walls brightened with the soft glow seeping through the shoji. Inside, the traveler shifted again. His fingers curled faintly, as if holding on to one last dream before releasing it to the morning. The woman knelt beside the futon and gently straightened the blanket. Her touch was light, no heavier than the falling mist. A faint fragrance of roasted tea drifted from the hearth, the first hint of the morning brew she would prepare. When she stood, she looked toward the shoji once more. A thin ray of sunlight slipped through the narrow opening and stretched across the tatami like a ribbon of golden cloth. It stopped just short of the traveler's pillow, a respectful distance, patient and kind. The woman nodded. "When the light reaches him," she whispered, "he will wake." Outside, the birds sang again. The river murmured. The cedar branch glowed. Morning had begun. Slowly, gently, the world continued to unfold. Chapter 14: The Awakening over Rice Fields. The first light reached him. Not suddenly, not insistently, but with a gentleness so soft it seemed to ask his permission before touching his cheek. The golden ribbon of sunlight that had stretched across the tatami finally came to rest upon the corner of the traveler's pillow. It warmed the air around him, slowly, patiently, like hands cupping cool water until it changes temperature. His eyelashes trembled. The distant bird sang again, a clear, delicate sound carrying the freshness of morning. The river added its own quiet murmur, the early current brushing against stones with the ease of something that has been flowing since the beginning of time. The traveler drew one long, slow breath. His first breath of morning. The woman watched in silence as his fingers moved slightly, as if releasing the last threads of an unfinished dream. The pillow beneath his head no longer shimmered with dreamlight. Its task was complete for now. It lay still, humble and quiet, waiting for the next night. The traveler's eyes opened, not wide but softly, like two windows lifting to let morning air drift inside. He saw the shoji first. Its paper glowed with filtered sunlight, turning it into a pale screen painted with gold. Then he noticed the woman kneeling nearby, her hands folded in her lap, her presence as steady as the cedar outside. He blinked, sleep still settling into the corners of his vision. "Morning," he murmured, his voice barely formed. The woman inclined her head gently. "Yes. The world has been waiting for you." He sat up slowly. The futon shifted beneath him, the tatami warm from the sunlight's touch. His limbs felt light, not weak, but unburdened, as though the river had washed something away in the night. He pressed a hand to his chest. There was warmth there, a small glowing memory he could not fully name but could quietly feel. The woman rose and slid the shoji door open. A breath of morning entered, cool and sweet, carrying the scent of damp earth and the gentle promise of a new day. "Come," she said, "see what the light has made." The traveler stood, folding the blanket neatly out of habit. Didn't remember learning. He stepped toward the doorway and followed her outside. The river lay before him, its surface glowing like brushed metal. But beyond it, beyond the cedar, beyond the lanterns now pale in daylight, something else stretched into the horizon. Rice fields. Endless, shimmering rice fields. Each blade of young green stood straight and glistening with dew, catching the morning sun like threads of spun glass. The fields rippled gently as a breeze passed over them, moving in soft waves that looked like breathing. The traveler stared, captivated by the vastness, the clarity, the quiet miracle of morning spread out in every direction. "I've seen fields like this before," he murmured. "I think I have." The woman nodded, her face warm with understanding. "Memories return differently to each person," she said. "Some come like dreams. Some come like light. A small path wound down from the tea house, carried by stone steps that disappeared into the sea of green. The dew along the steps sparkled like tiny mirrors reflecting pieces of the sky. Dragonflies glided above the water's edge, their wings flashing blue and amber in the morning sun. A farmer's bell rang in the distance, a humble, rhythmic sound marking the beginning of work in a world that believed in patience. The traveler's breath eased. His shoulders, which had carried so much weight only a day before, felt strangely light. The world smelled clean, as though every leaf, every grain of soil, had been washed gently by the river itself. I didn't know, he whispered, that morning could feel this peaceful. The woman stepped beside him. You were carrying too much darkness to see the morning clearly, she said softly. The river helped. And your dreams helped. Now the world is ready to meet you again. He exhaled. The air felt fresh as new water. The woman pointed toward the rice fields. Shall we walk a little? The traveler nodded. They descended the stone path together. With each step, the scent of the fields grew richer, earthy, bright, alive. At the foot of the path, the traveler paused. He closed his eyes and let the breeze pass over him. The rice plants swayed in response, their soft rustling like thousands of tiny greetings spoken in green. In that moment, he felt something, a sensation that was neither a memory nor a dream. Something between the two, a kind of recognition. He knew these fields, or they knew him. The woman's voice reached him gently. Morning always remembers what night tries to hide. The traveler opened his eyes. The world before him stretched wide and golden, inviting him forward. He took his first step into the fields, and the entire morning seemed to breathe with him. Chapter 15. The sunlit path through the fields. The morning deepened. Light spread over the rice fields like a soft, golden veil, settling on each blade of green with a tenderness so natural it was easy to forget that night had ever existed. The traveler stepped onto the narrow dirt path, and the earth beneath his sandals felt warm, as though the ground itself was greeting him. The woman walked beside him, not ahead, not behind, but close enough that their steps shared a quiet rhythm. Nothing hurried them, nothing pressed for thought. The world was in no rush, and neither were they. A breeze moved through the fields again. The rice plants bowed gently, their tips brushing one another with a sound like whispers exchanged between old friends. The traveler watched the motion, the ripple that spread outward as though the entire field were breathing in long, slow waves. It feels alive, he said quietly. The woman nodded. It is. Everything that grows in sunlight remembers the light. They continued walking. Dragonflies drifted past, their wings flickering with morning fire. A pair of white egrets stood knee-deep in the water, lifting their heads with graceful caution as the travelers passed. The path curved gently. As they turned, the traveler noticed something he had missed. Far across the fields beyond the shimmer of dew, beyond the slow, patient work of farmers, a line of low mountains rose, blue and soft in the distance. For a moment, something tugged at him. A faint, fragile ache. Not sadness, but a feeling like standing on the edge of a memory still half asleep. He slowed his steps. The woman noticed. "What do you see?" she asked. He hesitated. I'm not sure. But those mountains." He touched his chest. "They feel familiar." The woman's expression softened. "Then it may be the beginning." "The beginning of what?" "Of remembering. Not all at once but gently, as the morning reveals what the night concealed." They resumed their walk. The sun continued to rise, its warmth spreading over their shoulders, turning their shadows long and soft behind them. A wooden bridge appeared ahead, simple, curved, its planks worn smooth from years of quiet footsteps. Beneath it, a small irrigation stream ran clear and steady, the current carrying sunlight like scattered gold coins. The traveler paused at the bridge's peak and rested his hands on the railing. The wood felt warm, warmed by countless mornings just like this one. He looked down. Water flowed easily beneath him, moving with purpose yet without urgency. The surface reflected a wavering image of the sky above. Blue, endless, bright with possibility. "This feels familiar too," he murmured. "As if I once crossed a bridge just like this." The woman stepped beside him. "Many travelers do," she said. "Bridges remember footsteps, even when the person forgets." He let her words settle. The water flowed on. A farmer passed in the distance, pulling a small cart. He raised a hand in greeting, not loudly, not intrusively, but with the quiet warmth of someone who recognized another soul on the path. The traveler returned the gesture before realizing that the movement felt oddly natural, as though he had greeted such mornings many times before. They crossed to the far side of the bridge and continued walking. The rice fields opened wider, stretching toward the base of the mountains. A faint scent of cedar drifted on the breeze, the familiar breath of distant forests. The traveler felt something stir within him again, soft but unmistakable. A memory. Not a full picture, not yet, but a sensation. The feeling of walking a long road. Of carrying something important. Of leaving something behind that mattered deeply. He pressed a hand to his chest as if trying to steady the warmth rising there. The woman's voice reached him, calm and sure. "Memories do not return in order," she said. "They return when your heart becomes ready." The sunlight intensified, casting the path ahead in a golden glow. The fields shimmered like liquid jade. Somewhere, a bell rang a soft chime drifting over the morning. The traveler closed his eyes for a moment and breathed in deeply. Earth, water, light, distance, possibility. He opened his eyes again and looked toward the mountains. A gentle certainty settled inside him. "I think my path leads there." The woman smiled a quiet, knowing smile. "When the time comes," she said, "you will go. But not without understanding what waits in your heart." They walked again, their shadows moving before them like two silent guides leading the way. The sunlit path stretched onward, warm and patient. And the traveler, for the first time in a long while, felt the morning open to him as though welcoming him home. Chapter 16 Whispers of the Forest Edge. The sun climbed higher. The rice fields behind them glimmered in gold and green, their rhythmic rustle a quiet farewell to the night that had only just ended. Ahead, the path narrowed, twisting gently toward the forest edge. The air cooled slightly, perfumed with cedar, moss, and damp soil, the smell of life hidden beneath the trees. The traveler walked beside the woman. Each step on the soft earth felt deliberate, yet effortless, as if the land itself had learned the rhythm of his heart. "I feel something," he murmured. "Like I know this place, but I can't remember why." The woman glanced at him. "The forest speaks differently than the river or the fields," she said. "It holds older echoes, voices you once knew, memories you may have forgotten for a long, long time." The branches of the forest swayed gently in the morning breeze, their leaves whispering softly. Each rustle carried a message, a fragment of sound, a sigh, the distant laughter of someone long gone. The traveler reached out instinctively, letting his fingers brush a low-hanging branch. Its touch was cool, alive, and oddly familiar. And then a memory rose. A faint one. A flicker of light through green leaves. A child running barefoot along a path. Laughter that had once belonged to him or to someone close, floating on the wind like a ribbon. He paused. The memory did not demand recognition. It simply waited for him to notice. The woman continued walking, her presence quiet and unwavering. "Do not rush to understand," she said. "Memories are like seeds. They do not reveal themselves fully until the soil is ready." A small bird flitted across the path, its wings catching sunlight. It landed on a moss-covered stone and stared at the traveler, tilting its head with curiosity. He smiled faintly. The gesture felt natural, as if he had done it before in a life remembered only by the forest. The trees deepened around them. Shadows lengthened, but never heavy or foreboding, only patient, listening, observing. The path wound upward gently, leading them closer to the mountains. "I feel like something is calling me," the traveler said softly. "From within the forest or from myself?" The woman nodded. "Then it is time to listen." A gentle breeze moved again. It carried the scent of pine needles, of damp stone, of leaves pressed into the earth long ago. And with it, more memories surfaced. A boy crouched by a stream, his hands skimming the water. A soft smile, a quiet promise. The feeling of being protected, and the longing to protect in return. The traveler's chest tightened. He pressed his hand over his heart. The forest seemed to breathe in rhythm with him. Each step forward brought another fragment, another whisper of who he had been before the river of time had carried him away. The woman stopped and waited. "The edge of the forest," she said, "holds the oldest truths. Listen carefully." He did. The wind whispered between the trunks, through branches and ferns. He heard it clearly this time, not as wind, but as voice. "Remember," soft, almost a sigh. But it resonated deep within him, stirring the warmth of long-hidden feelings. The traveler exhaled slowly. He realized the forest had always been part of him, not merely a place, but a keeper of fragments she had forgotten and needed to reclaim. Sunlight slanted through the canopy, creating pools of gold on the forest floor. The mist from the morning fields had lingered between the trees, blurring the lines between memory and reality. "I think I am ready," he said, voice steady but hushed. "Ready to remember more." The woman's smile was faint, knowing, like a secret passed down through generations. "Then the forest will help. And when it does, you will walk not alone." The path curved again, leading toward a hidden clearing where sunlight and shadow danced together. The air was alive with possibility, and the traveler felt it deep in his bones. He took another step. The forest whispered back, welcoming him into a world both new and long remembered. Chapter 17: The Clearing of Forgotten Paths. The forest opened suddenly. A clearing stretched before the traveler, bathed in sunlight filtered through the high canopy. Shadows of leaves danced lightly on the ground, moving as though they remembered a story too old for words. The air was warm, scented with pine, moss, and earth, and it carried a softness that seemed almost alive. He stepped forward, hesitating only briefly. Every step felt as though the ground itself was welcoming him home. The woman walked beside him, silent, patient, her gaze fixed on the space ahead. In the center of the clearing, a single tree stood apart from the rest. Its bark was smooth and pale, its branches stretched outward like arms ready to embrace. Beneath it lay a small patch of flowers, blue and white, fading into the green of the grass. They were familiar, though he could not yet place them. "This is the place," the woman said softly, "where paths that were forgotten converge again." The traveler closed his eyes for a moment. He breathed deeply, letting the warmth of sunlight and the quiet murmur of the forest fill his chest. A memory stirred. Not just a fragment this time, but a full, living scene. He saw himself as a child, running barefoot along a trail, chasing the sound of wind through cedar trees. He laughed, the sound spilling into the sunlight, pure and unguarded. He remembered a hand small, warm, holding his own, leading him to a place he had forgotten he had ever been. The clearing seemed to respond. A breeze moved through the leaves, and they shivered gently, as if to say, "We remember too." The traveler opened his eyes. The memory did not fade. Instead, it flowed through him, warming him, filling the space she had thought were empty. I remember now," he whispered, voice trembling with quiet joy. "I've been here before. This is part of me." The woman nodded, her expression gentle, serene. "The forest keeps what you leave behind, until the moment you are ready to find it." The traveler stepped closer to the tree. He touched its bark. It was solid, reassuring, and beneath his fingers, he felt the pulse of life, the heartbeat of memory itself. Another wave of remembrance came, faces he had loved, conversations long forgotten, small gestures of kindness that had shaped him more than he knew. All of it converged in the clearing, each thread weaving together into a tapestry he could finally see. He fell to his knees, overwhelmed but not burdened. Tears ran freely, not of sorrow, but of recognition of something long lost, finally found. The woman knelt beside him, resting a hand lightly on his shoulder. "Do not fear these memories," she said softly. "They are not here to weigh you down. They are here to guide you forward." The clearing seemed to embrace them both. Sunlight filtered through every branch, painting the ground with shifting patterns like the gentle turning of a page. The traveler inhaled deeply. The scent of earth, flowers, and cedar filled him completely. And in that inhalation, he felt every moment of himself that he had ever misplaced flow back into his body like a river returning home. He stood slowly. His heart felt lighter, but vast, open, filled with a quiet certainty. The woman looked at him with a soft smile. "The paths you have forgotten will always be here. And now, you know how to walk them freely. He stepped forward once more, leaving the center of the clearing behind, but carrying it within him. Every leaf, every patch of sunlight, every whisper of the forest seemed to guide his feet as he continued toward the mountains, toward the promise of the day. Chapter 18: The Mountain Path and the Rising Sun. The traveler stepped onto the mountain path. Sunlight spilled over the peaks, touching each stone and tree with quiet warmth. The path wound gently upward. Each step felt light, carried not just by his legs, but by the calm he had gathered from river, tea house, and forest. Birds called softly from the trees, their voices like small guides. The wind carried the scent of pine and earth. "I feel whole," he whispered. The woman nodded. "The sun rises with you, as if the day itself remembers your journey." At the summit, he paused. The world stretched wide below him, fields, rivers, forests, and distant villages. All was bathed in morning light, quiet, steady, eternal. He closed his eyes. Memories, dreams, and the river's whispers mingled in his heart. Everything he had forgotten and everything he had dreamed now rested within him. The woman stood beside him, her hand resting lightly on his shoulder. "This is your beginning," she said. "Not the end." The traveler breathed deeply, letting the sun warm his face, letting the mountain hold him as the world waited patiently below. Chapter 19: Returning to the tea house. They descended slowly. The path curved past the forest, through the rice fields, until the familiar tea house came into view. Lanterns, now cold from the morning, lined the path. The river shimmered softly in sunlight, its current gentle, as if welcoming him home. Inside, the tea house smelled of clean wood and warm tea. He knelt, bowed, and rested on the futon briefly, not from fatigue, but in gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered. The woman smiled. "You carried the night with you. Now, you carry the day." Outside, the river murmured. The cedar swayed in the morning breeze. The tea house seemed to breathe quietly, watching over all things. Chapter 20: The Night and the River. Evening returned. The sun dipped behind the mountains, painting the sky in soft gold and violet. The traveler lay on the futon, listening to the river outside. He remembered the dreams, the pillow, the tea, the whispers of the forest, and the sunlit path he had walked. "I am ready," he said softly. The river carried the words gently away. Lanterns flickered as night fell. The tea house cradled him, the world wrapped around him, and the traveler slept deep, peaceful, complete.